Okay.
All right. All righty. Hello there. We're going to do a quick chat, right? This time,
Okay.
really, a quick chat. I was hoping to get some other people on, but we're just getting started at, how to do all this stuff. I am not tech savvy. You're not tech savvy. Well, you're probably more tech
No,
savvy.
I'm not. If it doesn't work when I turn it on, I want to throw it out the daggone window.
That's right.
I have
Oh,
no patience for electronics.
okay. Now you want to say your channel?
Yes, I have two, you good people. And right now, my main channel, which is turned into my main channel, which is Weeping, it's spelled with an H, couldn't get the name otherwise. WHEEPING space Willow 2, number 2, space a number 4 and a capital U. Now, right now, I got a strike for putting out the truth. So I'm on my original channel, which is now my backup channel, which is Weeping Willow 2, all one running word with a numerical number 2. And so, here we go. They don't like me on YouTube. Okay.
Now, as we were just talking about how, in a way, we want to kind of try to stick with YouTube, even though so many people are going to, like, a lot of censored, scrubbed YouTube videos go to BitChute. A lot of people have moved to other places, or they like do one video, one talk or video, and then they put it multiple places. But YouTube, for the longest time, has been the user-friendly way that a lot of people know how to access. And so, yeah, it's worth trying to stick with YouTube, even though they are censoring people and taking down channels. And
yeah. Well, I came up with an idea now because they got me a strike again, and I'm tired of them monkeying around with me. And as you know, I know quite a bit about law,
right,
and their codes, etc., etc. So I put out a call to a few folks yesterday evening, asking them to join forces for us YouTubers, the truthers, the ones that's the old folks, the ones that's been on for a long time, that has credibility to put out the truth, not to down. I'm in no way down in any of the newcomers. I'm saying that this is a force that I want to draw in, the ones that's been the old timers, ones that's been up there for years and years doing the same thing, that has built and established a credibility of doing the truth. And, where YouTube has, we've lost some good people, good YouTubers. And, they're picking us off one by one.
yeah,
And dropping our videos because they say that it goes against their criteria, their what is it? Their
high ethical standards.
No, it's their YouTube policy. It goes against their policy, but they don't tell you what that daggone policy is.
Yeah,
Because you're sitting there in the dark. You're not doing anything bad or anything. It's just what it is. It's going against their policy on they don't like you telling the truth. They want to censor the truth. If it goes against their grain, they're going to say it goes against their policy, when it's actually the censorship of what you're doing. I'm putting out the word concerning, the 5, the alphabet letter, after
right.
the F, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And we don't want to throw it in there because the algorithms will pick up on it, and then you'll not have this uploaded on your channel. They are really, really crunching down and putting the noose around everybody's neck.
Yes.
So I want the truthers, the old timers, to get together for us to exchange through email our phone numbers and our real names, and come together and build a network of us, a handful of us or more than, and I'm sure you know people that I don't know. I know people you don't know, and people that I watch and I trust their word, and you have people that you know, and I'm sure the others that would hopefully join us, that they would have people that they absolutely trust and have followed along. And that way we can build a network, and that all of us should be uploading each other's videos. I'm not talking sharing the videos, because that's easily done. No, I'm talking about videotaping their video, putting it up on your channel. That way, if theirs goes down, it won't be lost out there on YouTube. YouTube cannot, they'd have to take us all down in order to delete that particular video.
Right. And what you're saying, I think there's an easy way too with that. Like I do it the way, like you said, is, I just videotape. Like the Italian doctor who just was explaining that COVID, well, I shouldn't have said that, the CV, whatever, is
I call it CV.
Yeah, it's mass extermination. And I thought that's extermination. I've been saying depopulation, but extermination, hits
same
home
thing.
a little. And so, but there are ways to mirror or take. There's a way without having to physically tape something to have it saved for other people to do, like ways to mirror, and there's ways that people.
I don't know about that mirror, and I have no clue what that is.
No, but
I do know that if we do get this going, that each of us that are in this so-called network, beneath all of our videos, we have those people's channels put under the videos. Okay?
Yeah.
We can forget about the content and all that, but in the content, at least have everybody that's connecting together under there, so that people can go to their channel, because they're going to upload it on their channel. So when they go to that channel, they themselves will have the content of where they got the information and whatever else they want to put in it. But as far as us that copy their stuff and we put it up, we will just put up our YouTube channel link. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, because we don't want to keep reinventing the wheel, and we're at a time, like you said, other than there are a few specific things, there really should be no reason anybody who really wants to share the truth. We don't got time to mess around and to just share without worrying about, like, do I get permission? And so, as long as we have a set agreed group.
Got to be an agreement between the people, because some people get their feelings hurt. Yeah. And I think all of us old timers are way past, the count numbers. And when we first started out, that was something different. We were trying to build our channels. But now that our channels are built, it's a whole new ballgame for us that know what's going on in the world. So, I could care less about the numbers. In fact, I released all of my videos, save my intellectual properties for my poetry, because I am a writer. I am, or used to be, acknowledged in the Commonwealth of Kentucky as a writer. Whether that's still out there, I don't have a clue. Haven't gone and looked, and don't care. But I do care about my poetry, because one day, if we live long enough, I'd like to have a book or two or three. But I've released all of my videos. Anybody out there that wants to take something from my channel, save my poems, take it. Okay? Take it, recopy it, put it up on your channel, whatever.
Well, here's one problem. Here's a big problem. Like, each person is sort of like on their own doing, trying to do this and that. There are people who share a lot of other people's stuff, but it's like, there is no, that's what was valuable about our watchdog mainstream media back in the day. was that, you could,
Yeah.
even though there was still a lot, disinfo and stuff like that, you can go to a source and get a lot of, what's like people reading the newspaper. What happened today in the world, in local, in all this and that. Now it's like nobody's got time to go to all these different places. And so, yeah, like me, I've found, I've tried to find just a few key places, but there's a few types of news reporting and news reports and alerts. There are the like immediate alert, like a hurricane is ready to strike this area. And then there is like the background, longer, bigger picture, what is going on with this whole virus and pandemic and the plans and event 201 and all that. And then there is the in between. But there, like myself, I like the like 1-2 minute. This just happened here. This just happened there. But also the bigger picture. And it's rough. It's time consuming to find out what is going on without spending so much time going to all these different places. And then there's websites. People have made websites. There are websites we've never even know of, and they can be an all like one-stop shop type place where they add other people to join in. Or almost like our own. We need like our own news station or our own, where it's everything, anything and everything. The immediate current is in that, it's got to be vetted well enough, but in the bigger picture, longer term things going on in the background. And, and you got your investigative journalists, you got your, people on the ground showing you, hey, I live here and this is my town. This is what just happened today. All of it. We need it all.
Well, I want to add something else, if I may, that those on YouTube that know me know I do law. And I have a lot going on in that realm.
Yes.
I try to educate you good people. And I've been successful in some things that I have done. But I've learned a whole lot in the last several years. And I want to go after Susan Wojcicki. Now it's Wojcicki. Wojcicki. However you pronounce that. I don't know if she's Polish or where that
name it sounds like it is.
From.
Yeah.
But whatever. What do you have? Hold on, I got to deal with the dog. What do you have? Let's see. What you got?
Oh, dog moment. Dog break moment.
All right, I'm sorry for the interruption.
No.
He doesn't like it when I get on the phone.
Yeah.
And he starts getting into things if he can. All right. So I want to go after her legal-wise. So if anybody out there is interested in, signing on for for lack of a better word, and this is not the terminology for this type of a case, but anybody that's interested in doing a class action for the censoring and taking down our videos and, doing the ills that they've been doing to our channels, give me a shout out. Let me know, because I'm not going to do it unless there's a lot of people that are the truthers, the ones that I'm sitting here talking about getting us to network. If they aren't on board, because I am not going after this woman. She's a very powerful woman, and Google is not some small thing to go after. It's going to take a lot of work on my part to bring us together.
Right.
There has to be evidence, and y'all would have to get your evidence. I can't do that for you. Whether you videotaped it, whether you've gotten written copied and pasted, where they sent you notice that they took down your video. I mean, evidence is 1, 2, 3. You know, you have to have evidence. You can't sit there and embellish and say, oh, well, they did that. No, it doesn't work that way. You have to have ironclad evidence. And anyway, this is a very, you know, this is not going into their courts, which are Article 1 courts. It's not going into only Article 3 court, which is the Supreme Court of the United States, because I don't play in their courts anymore. You know, I'm in a unique situation. This would go under common law. And I have been in contact with a judge that is the kind of a judge that I need for other issues that I have dealt with over the years, both on the bank, both in my town, both in the city, not town, but city and the county. They're looking into it. We're talking, you know, we're talking marshals, all this type of thing. All right, I already sent her some stuff, and we'll see where it goes, if anywhere, you know.
Well,
I know I have things sitting in wings across this country, but we're looking at the criminality of what has been done to me. We're talking people going to prison here. You know, we're not talking filing a commercial lien to get money out of these people. We're talking about people going to prison.
Well, okay, for
and
people,
that paperwork is already out there on 4 deaths. So, you know, she just contacted me back today. And so we'll see.
There are a lot of people right now that may have an interest, or there's a lot of people that might think, oh, just throw up your hands and, you know, what can be done, and it'll take too much time and we don't got time. But we have to continue to hold people's feet to the fire, and not just people, corporations.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Yeah.
And you can't stop living. You have to still continue fighting the good fight. Isn't that what Father said?
That's
Fight
right.
the good fight.
Yep. And
You know,
occupy
you know?
until he returns. That's right. So we will get into law and know your rights in a whole one blotch chat of the basics, because we realize with all this going on with your mask mandates and governors doing executive orders and Constitution.
Okay, so where do you want to start?
Well, let's start
with. Do you want to touch on that subject right now? Did you want to do something else and then come to that later?
Just that, you know, you introduced that we want to try to network together better and stick with YouTube best we can for right now. And in the law, know your rights is something we need to get the basics of, not where people think like it's too hard and complicated. But right now, food security and school safety. Let's just touch on those two things. That's more like immediate right now. Seems to be immediate, really immediate.
All right,
Pressing.
Food, definitely. Y'all should be going this weekend to get food. I do think everything points to something major happening before the end of the year, and I would sooner say, I had somebody write me a text message earlier asking me what to get. Well, are you kidding me? I mean,
Yeah.
I told him, I said, look, I'm about to do a live show here. I don't have time to write all this stuff now, especially by text. And but I sent him some stuff, but
well, for one thing,
most imperative, people. Most imperative. This is urgent for you to get out right now. Okay? Tonight, tomorrow at the latest. Get out right now. Go get beans. Go get rice. Go get a life straw. Go get batteries. Go get candles. Get ramen noodles. You know, but you don't want to live off those things forever, because it's not good stuff to be eating. But occasionally it's okay. and it's dry already, so you don't have to worry about storing it. When I say beans, I'm not talking canned beans. I'm talking about dried beans, dried rice. You can take sage. Get you Walmart's got these $5 buckets for a 5-gallon bucket that is food grade, and I think maybe the bucket's $4, and then you got to pay $1 or $2 for the lid. I don't know, but get 20-pound bags of flour. It's like $4 and something. I just $6. I just bought a bag tonight, and throw it in this. Wash out the bucket, dry it out thoroughly. Make sure there's no water in it, and then dump the daggone flour in there.
Right.
Job done, and then add some bay leaves in there, because that kills and deters any insects or whatever. I was watching these homesteader programs, and a lot of them, I mean, I've crashed course on this stuff lately, and they have put bay leaves in it. This one woman did, and it deters, if any critters are up in there, in the flour and stuff, then they die, because of the bay leaves. So,
Wow.
Put a layer of them somewhere halfway through. And also you can take a clean, a washed white sock and put baking soda in it and tie one end of it and shove it down in the center to, deter any moisture that might get into your flour or your sugar or anything of that nature, But anyway, and the rice, also the rice. You don't have to have these daggone oxygen absorbers into every daggone thing.
Right. Well, and people think they're, yes. Right. You're right.
Yeah, and you don't have to seal everything in Mylar packages either.
Yeah, you don't have all the pricey stuff. No, you don't. Look, if worst comes to worst, you get, like, say you got bags of 1 pound bags of rice, and you threw them in it like Treeland Truth just joined. Say you have empty cat litter buckets. You can still throw it in there, seal it up. It's like, what's the word? Well, okay.
Wait a minute. What about a cat litter bucket?
Okay, any bucket. Let's say you had a non-food grade. We're talking
no.
like.
No. You don't want to do that, girlfriend.
No. I'm saying you put that stuff. You keep it in their bags. And you throw it in, say, any bucket but clean, but say it's not even food grade. It doesn't have the Mylar.
I would not advise doing that, because the plastic that's in that other stuff, there's a certain number that's on these plastics out there at the very bottom of the plastic, whether or not it's for food or something else, because it will leach into your food. You don't want that. It's got to be food grade or a container that is made for food.
Well, wait. What you're saying right there, actually, it used to be, probably not so much now. You could go to restaurants and all that and collect and ask, do you have any, buckets you're going to dispose of that had food in it? And then you wash those out. But what I'm saying is, we don't have to go like all pro. It's not all or nothing. Because if poop hits a fan and say, you want to get some food that's going to hold for a year, what's the worst that's going to happen? If I took, like me, I got a lot of 1 pound bags of rice. If I throw it in a bucket that's not food grade and seal it versus leaving it sit out.
Yeah, but the plastic that is over the rice, that the rice is in, rather, is not good to leave it in the bag.
No, not really long term. But there is, there's a whole like range of, there's the best scenario, and there's the life or death, better than nothing scenario, and everything in between.
I think everybody could go get a daggone $4 or $5 bucket out there at Walmart that's food grade, to be on the safe side, because you don't want to have that stuff stored up for a year to find out that you open that non-food grade bucket and then you have a smell of plastic and or chemical that's in there. Okay? That's no.
Okay, let's go back. Let's go back to though what we were instead of
well, wait a minute. There was something you touched on, the rice, that popped into my head.
Yeah.
You do not want to use a wild rice or brown rice because they have grease, greasy substance to them, which ends up turning rancid. They will not last as long as white rice. Even though white rice is not as good for you, it doesn't have the nutrients or vitamins, whatever, as the wild rice or brown rice. But we're talking keeping from starving here.
Yes.
And so, I mean, that will keep for a while. Possibly, I forget now if it's 4 months, 6 months, something of that range, time frame, but not long term like white rice will do for years. You know? So anyway.
Yeah.
I would suggest everybody, if you can, you know, if you can buy a canner, okay, to jar food up. But at the critical situation we're in right now, I doubt you're going to find a canner, and I doubt even further that you're going to find a freezer. I mean, it took me since May of trying to find a freezer. That's a long time, you know? So, but I finally got my freezer, and I was freaking out about that. But anyway, not talking about that any further. As far as the food, oatmeal, you know, get the all grain. Don't get the Minute Maid kind, or whatever you call it, the Minute. The more nutrients are in the big oats, okay? And take those out of those boxes because they can have little bitty boll weevils or whatever they're called up in there. I don't know what they're called.
Quick point. If your rice, your cereal, or whatever gets mealy bugs in a really Pouket-Safan, that's not a game changer. It won't hurt you. I mean, it's not pleasant. So just that's important. And somebody in our side chat just said, what did they say? They sell food grade buckets at Donut Shop, $1.
Yeah, well, see, Walmart. I went in there and I got some that was at the icing, the cake department, you know, the pastry department. They were giving them away. Now, I have a family member that works in another town that worked at Walmart, and she was getting me these buckets for nothing. But then Walmart caught hold of that, and that people were wanting these buckets. So they ended up putting a halt to it. So when I was last at Walmart to get some, I called them up to ask them if they had some I could get. She said, yeah, but I'm going to charge you $1 a bucket. And I thought, okay, whatever. I don't care. I pay the $1, you know, a bucket. And so I went out there, and I think I got 4. And they were only like 2-pound or 3-pound buckets. You know, they weren't the big ones, the 5-gallon, you know. And so I get up to the cash register, pay for them, and this old biddy said, you can't get those. I said, excuse me? She said, we're not letting people get those. Because, see, they're throwing them out. They would rather throw them out than the public have them.
Well,
and I said, lady, I said, she already told me it's got the price tag on it for $1. I fought her over them daggone buckets. There's only 4 of them with lids. And I said, you need to get a manager up here. So she did, and he came up, and I said, look, I called out here, and I come out here for the intentions of getting these buckets. Now, I did do other shopping, you know, not much, but I did. And so I said I was told I could get these buckets for $1 a piece, and they're all taped together, and she had my name on them, and there's the ticket where she wrote $1 each on it. And he looked at the cashier, and she said, he said, sell them to her. That were not, he said, sell them to her. He had to repeat himself, the old bat. But anyway, I got my buckets. And that's the last I was able to get it, other than paying $4 or $5 for a 5-gallon bucket. But even at that price, it's better than nothing.
Right.
But y'all need to get sugar. You need to get salt and pepper. You need to get dog food, cat food, birdie food, whatever. If you got birds, don't forget your animals, And powdered milk, potatoes, instant potatoes in a box.
Dehydrated food,
do not
protein.
Load up, do not load up on ketchup and mustard because it will not keep.
I thought mustard kept.
It won't keep in that plastic.
Listen.
No, it won't. I done lost it.
But dehydrated and protein sources though are big because we can make do to some degree with carbs.
You gotta be careful of those too. Because the paper wrapping and whatever it's around that's you'd be better off buying the stuff to make your own. You're already going to have the oats. So whatever other ingredients you need, molasses, whatever, you're better off getting it. And I suggest you get it in jars, not plastic. I've lost mustard. I've lost ketchup. I've lost, stuff.
Listen.
And do not buy cans of milk. The milk in the can, I lost, oh my God. This was years ago. I stopped buying it, and I don't have a lot. I'm just relying on the Father Almighty because I know He will take care of His children. But as He says, what He did with the virgins, and, 5 of them got it, wasn't it 10 altogether? And so you had 5 that prepared and got the oil like they were told, and the other 5 that did not prepare. What is it? Tempt ye not the Lord? When you see the train coming, you get off the track. You see the bus driving down the road, you don't stand in the road. So when all these things, He says, why is that? And I forget where that verse is and all of how it went, but it's something along the lines of, oh gosh, it slipped my mind. Okay. That when you see nature, people can look at the trees. They know when the storm's coming. They know when, the birds are going to lay eggs. They know, by looking at nature.
Yes.
And we're supposed to be doing that too.
Yes.
Because nature will tell you a lot of things. I'm here to tell you, I know this for a fact. I know things. And, if you watch, you're going to know and have the knowledge. When you get to be an old lady like me, you get this knowledge through your life.
Well, look, even before a storm, cats or dogs might act really funny. But wait, Matthew 24, specifically for end times watching, Jesus said, no man knows the day nor hour. But in Matthew 24, He says, watch, and as the fig tree opens its blossom, summer is nigh. Something close to that. In other words, but in the fig tree is Israel. And there is a lot going on in Israel right now. They're ready to start the third temple. They already got the synagogue fully done. They already started animal sacrifice. They need their red heifer because that's how it was.
And what did Father's word say about that? The temple will never be rebuilt. So when they try, He's going to destroy it. All right, I know that they found the place where the Tower of Babel was built on, and they tried to rebuild it. And the people that tried to rebuild it died. Okay? Father said it will never be rebuilt. But they attempted it, and I read about this many years ago. I don't remember the name of the article or anything else, but all I know is that He wasn't going to let it get built. And several people that was connected to it ended up dying because they were trying to get it going again.
Well, the third temple, I think, is going to be.
We're getting off the beaten path here.
I know. Listen, I think if you can, go to YouTube, because then you can see the comments that I'm seeing. But the YouTube, our live chat right now. But the YouTube.
Oh, okay. Well, let me get my computer up here.
But I think the third temple is going to be rebuilt, and I think it may be rebuilt underground like I believe the synagogue it's already complete. Sanhedrin's back in action. They started animal sacrifice. Hanukkah 2018, inviting the what do they call that? The 70 nations, meaning the whole world as a symbol. Ties in with the UN, the Pope, all this stuff. And right now, I think Trump is ready to move.
I'm getting that confused with the Tower of Babel, where they built that, and he said that it would not be erected again.
Now,
okay,
I got to go back to Tree Land Truth. She's saying that it's getting really rough by where she is. She's got like cell towers around her or smart meters, and it's getting bad for her and her animals. Yeah, I'm surrounded by towers, 12 smart meters.
Yeah, I'm seeing these comments now.
Yeah.
Somebody's mentioning powdered peanut butter. I never heard of that.
Yep, but, I got some.
Actual peanut butter is not a good thing for the human.
In general, no. But we're talking just maintaining. At times,
I know, but it's not good for you. But I would be getting it. In fact, I've got some. I just don't eat it.
Protein sources in my mind is big. Protein sources,
right?
In
crackers, it's just some crackers, all kinds.
Well, and we know that you can get non-animal complete protein if you mix, like rice and beans. You mix certain carbs and beans and lentils. But canned chicken is one way. I wouldn't say canned tuna, canned chicken.
Canned chicken, yeah.
And then you can eggs. Eggs are not the best quality, right? But you can eggs. You can dehydrate eggs. They might not taste so great, whatever.
Also freeze them.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, freeze eggs. You can. You have to take them out of the shell though, and you can crack them into your ice trays, or just crack them and put them in a Ziploc baggie and freeze them. Let's say if you're going to bake a cake or something, or make scrambled eggs, however many eggs that you would use for yourself in the morning, you can. You do need to scramble them up, and then put them in the baggie, and then put them into the freezer. Or you could just put them whole in the ice cube tray and let them freeze, and then take them out of the ice tray and put them in a baggie and put them in the freezer. Okay?
Nice. I'll tell you one thing, though. All in all, dehydrated is probably like the best all around safe way, because you're not relying on electric, like say, the power goes out, you're rolling blackouts and all that,
Right. Yeah. Candles, batteries, flashlights, walkie-talkies.
What happened when what happened?
Those little paper towel things that are like a button. I showed a video that I did. I had ordered myself some, and they look like about the size of a quarter. And you just put 2 or 3 drops of water on that sucker, and it just expands into 12 by 12.
Wow.
I thought it was amazing. I was like a kid, getting a new toy or something. But put some water on it, and it just blows up into a 12 by 12 heavy duty sheet to be able to use in the bathroom, whether you're washing your face or, taking the other in. So anyway, yeah.
Listen, what happened when you went to Kroger's today?
Oh my goodness. Kroger's was something else. Hold on, there was somebody that said something here about sugar being is cancer. Yes, you are right, True Lynn Truth. You are correct. But there's also, I don't know for certain if all sugars are that way or organic sugar is that way. I do not know. I know there's stevia out there, and which is a better way of going, but
Well, honey too, but the
Right.
thing with sugar is it packs energy calorie when you need it. Yeah, you're starving. Sugar
Yeah,
is going to help. Yeah. So it's,
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
But
We're
yeah, I use a lot of honey. I do. I use it in my coffee, and I don't use sugar
yeah,
very often at
honey's a
all.
great idea
But you
in the
still need it,
coffee. Yeah. Okay, what
you
happened when you went
when
to
you put.
Kroger's today? What happened?
Okay, I went to the store, and I was going to get some tissue paper, and they didn't have the price on the lower counter of the tissue paper for Kroger brand, and I didn't know how much that 60 rolls of tissue paper was. So, and I was looking for some chocolate ice cream. I only buy this one kind that doesn't have all the other junk in it. It doesn't have the soybean oil and all that. It just has the basics: the sugar, the milk, and whatever the season, like the cocoa and stuff. I don't buy all that other crap, but I hadn't been able to get any for a month or a month and a half, whatever it's been. But I had a craving to get some chocolate ice cream, so they didn't have any. So I couldn't find the price on the tissue paper, so I called up front, and they sent one of the employees back to where I was at. He couldn't find it, so he went to the back of the store, came back out, said it was $9.99 for 60 rolls. I said, in that case, slap me up another bag of that stuff onto this electric cart. Wait a minute. I got a cough. Hold up. Okay, so he put it up there, and then he said, I said, yeah, what's with the ice cream, Joe? I haven't even had the ice cream. What's up? And then he lowered his voice, it's like he was afraid somebody's going to hear it. He said, well, we've had a hard time getting some stuff in. He said, in fact, we are missing 3,000 items in this store. And I said, huh? And he pulled out this little bitty 2-inch little sign. And he said, have you not noticed these all over the store? I said, well, I've seen one or two, but I wasn't needing what it was, whatever that item was. I just seen some up there. And it says, sorry for the inconvenience. We will, restock this item when it comes in. He said, but the problem is it's not coming in. And he said they have had us put, like, if we have more of a certain item, such as the tissue paper, we're filling the shelves with our extra items so that the shelves do not look bare. He said the store doesn't like bare shelves. I thought, oh, geez, And I told him, I said, well, let me tell you something. I said, I have heard tell through the grapevine. I said, come next month, the food's going to be pretty much gone. And I had a sense of this with what the videos I've done this week and last and so forth, so on, that I felt literally, I had a strong sense in my spirit when I went in there today. It was the last time I was going to go into that store. Yeah, I did. And he said, did you not notice that a lot of the shelves have the things pulled forward? Like only 2 or 3 deep, instead of it going all the way to the back of the shelf. Okay? But 3,000 items missing from the store.
Kroger's is pretty big by you, right? Or like in the South, right?
Oh yeah, it's a major store here in Owensboro. It's huge, and they have 3 or 4 of them here in Owensboro.
All right.
And I tell you what, because I have a service dog, and I feed him well, and he was eating beef liver one piece in the morning for breakfast, along with his regular dog food. I haven't been able to get him any beef liver for over a month. And today they had some. So I bought 6 packs.
Yeah. In other words, people need right now the resources they have aside for shelter.
Yeah.
And it's rough for people right now living in the city. It's almost like you want to use your resources to get the hell out. But food and water treatment is major. Plus, well,
yeah, get a Life Straw. They're like $20, $26.
I will say one thing. That, you know what?
Might be drinking out of a daggone, ditch somewhere.
Listen,
if they turn electricity off.
With water is so crucial. You need redundancy. You want a manual steam distiller, if you can do that. You want even a sand in third world countries. They use, and you can get on YouTube right now while we still have it, and find how you get your own big PVC pipe or whatever, and make your own sand filter, where once you start putting, say, dirty green creek water through it, it'll, at least the bacteria part of it, it will start to make like I don't know if biofilm's the word. It makes and forms the bacteria that breaks down what's bad in the water, and it so you use it. You can't use it right away, maybe, but it trickles. The water has to trickle.
Well, yeah.
But, okay,
you need the water fast. That's a slow.
Well, no,
process.
but the point. Well, yeah, but okay. So but non-electric ways and electric, but non-electric ways. You want to get to where you can distill or purify water. One other thing, pool powder shock, not the plain.
Yeah, shock.
Chlorine powder, chlorine bleach.
Pool shock.
It keeps a lot longer than bottled bleach. That will kill bacteria. Won't kill everything, but you still got to filter bad water, obviously.
Yeah, and you have to do it in a layer. I used to read all that stuff, survival stuff, many years ago. You have to take like at the very bottom of the bucket, I think if I don't have it screwed up, you put
the bigger, like rocks first.
Gravels, rocks, good rocks, smooth rocks.
Yeah.
Not gravel, but smooth rocks. Then a layer of I don't know if it's sand next or what. Gosh, I forgot now.
You go from bigger size, but bigger in size.
Clay.
Yes.
Sand, fine sand, a rock. No, not real fine sand. Kind of in between, mediocre, and dirt at the top. You first put the dirt, then it filters through the dirt. It goes through the sand, goes through the clay, and then goes through the gravel. Well, I call it gravel, but I mean rock.
Yeah.
And then it filters it for whatever you're putting in the top. By the time it gets to the bottom, you have to put a spout on the outside, or if you can't do a spout, get you another bucket, a 5-gallon bucket we're talking about doing this with, and you stack it. You stack it on top and put holes in the bottom of the first bucket, set it down on top of the second bucket, and then your water, as it comes through, you'll get in the second bucket that's clean, and you can just pour it into your glasses or your canteen or whatever. You know?
Okay.
And I would just be on the safe side. I'd still boil it before I drank it.
Yes.
But they say that you don't have to do that, but I would do that as a precaution.
No, because
also it is supposed to take out radiation, which we know we're in fallout from Fukushima Daiichi. We always will be in fallout. And, it's messing with the DNA of the plants and the trees and, everything else. So it's on the ground, it's in the air, and it's not going away.
There's a lot of good, right now on YouTube, there are a lot of good how to, like, do it yourself, like what you're describing. It's mostly mechanical, somewhat bacteria, but so mechanical, and then like you say, boil, because there's certain germs in your water, and you don't overboil. You're wasting your water that you filtered. But you bring it to a boil, and then you got like if right now is not a bad time for water, because water's so key. But powdered.
Oh yeah, you
powdered.
Can. What is the 3-day
3
thing?
minutes without oxygen.
3-minute thing. 3-day, no food.
No. 3 minutes. 3 minutes without oxygen. Three 3 days without water, and 3 weeks without food. But powdered potassium iodide. It's fairly cheap. Can be ordered. That is your better than chlorine. Chlorine would be your next. Not as ideal to kill most germs in your water, but you still got to do the mechanical filtration. But I mean, there's we don't want to spend too much that's something that you could really a whole show hours should be devoted in general, but just for the basics. But I ordered a manual steam distiller where you put this form-fitting top on top of a pot. You could take your creek water and boil it, and you don't have to have electricity. This could be over a wooden fire.
Right. Yeah, you and I had discussed that, something about the coiled.
Yeah.
Piping thing. I don't know how to do that stuff.
Well, it's just
somebody on here. I think it was Barbie brought up the Berkey. Yes, I own a Berkey. It's a great thing. I have a freestanding Berkey that puts out 3 gallons an hour. You just pour the water in it. I fill it up once a day and fill it up at night for the next day. And somebody here brings up, Andro Nova brings up Sawyer filter. I've never heard of a Sawyer filter.
Yeah, Sawyer's good. Sawyer's good.
I've never seen or heard of that, but I do know that there's the other one I mentioned earlier. What was it?
The straw, Life Straw. And these are all.
Straw, yeah.
These are all.
I think for 100,000 gallons too.
These are all non-electric dependent, which is key.
Yes.
Yeah, that's key. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want a Berkey that's going to be connected to your system and all that, because then if something were to happen, you can't take it with you. So definitely have the stuff that can be taken with you on the go.
Thing is,
and you're right, Michael. People need to be ready, but we're kind of down to the wire here. If people aren't already having at least some things,
this is procure time. This is get your stuff time. This is even if you got savings or whatever in the bank, you might not want to be and not that anybody here is investing or whatever, trusting in that the dollar's not going to collapse. But this is the time to procure stuff that we can be self-reliant. Because the only way and I've corrected myself. This ain't New World Order that come down on us that started with this emergency pandemic, full force. It's one world, not New World, one world. It's because how we know that, because everybody in this global thing, they're all in lockstep. That's how one way I knew that this was a lie, and this is coming down now, because when this first happened, the World Health Organization declared emergency declaration pandemic. I think it was March 10th, maybe 11th. March 13th, Trump for America did. But when you got nations throughout the world all doing the same things in tandem, that's a sign. Let's all release level 3 sex offender and felons. Not all of them, but let's lock down over 1 billion people.
Should I do this much shorter?
Let's put all the seniors in lockdown. It's so all signs a go.
Right.
So this is the time to procure what needs to be procured.
Anonymous informer here brought up a great thing. Said, "Yes, my procure is small enough to fold into itself and pack for travel. Hey, it'd be cool if you post a link to that so the other viewers can go and check that out, you know?
Wait, say that again?
If you can.
Say that again?
Their water purifier, they said they have a ProPur that's small enough to fold into itself and pack for travel. You know,
Yeah.
that's great.
Well, the Life Straw is like that
Yeah.
too. And there's a Sawyer and
But yeah, but it's big. I think they're talking about something that collapses that you can, you know, probably put in the backpack. Or, of course, you can with the Life Straw too. But I'm gathering this is a smaller than what the Life Straw is, you know. Okay, Andro Nova, please explain your comment. Crashing the system now. Are you talking financially? Because I know something about that as well. Please respond.
Well, they are. Well, we know they're crashing the system. I mean, because this global reset is. Look at coins. Wait, coins. Millions or maybe millions of dollars of coins missing. You know, where businesses have to start saying, you know, please, like, you know, limit your, you know, if you can give us change. They go to the bank. Every business, like once a week, they'll go to the bank. Not every, and go like, I need change. Well, now the banks are saying you're limited in my local store to 25% of the coins they normally got. That puts them in a bind. Like, you know, it might be at some point we can't take cash because we can't give the change. So yeah, it's and that's just one way. And then next it'll be, oh, coronavirus is living in the dollar bill. Somebody just posted something from the Netherlands. The coronavirus is traveling up the toilet pipes. You know, wash your hands extra. I mean, come on. They can make anything up that they want and just keep going with it. And,
if they say it long enough, loud enough, and often enough,
somebody
the people
pointed out
there that don't research, they're going to believe it.
Somebody, okay, it's been about since March 13th in America. It's been about 6 months. But somebody pointed out in 4 months' time, our whole way of life has been changed. You know, just on their say-so. Governors, heads of state, governors, county executives, mayors, they're all in tandem. They're all
Class D felons. Every daggone one.
But they're all cooperating with this narrative on us. They're all like.
Well, that's because they're pushing Bill Gates' agenda. You know, for the vaccine, they want to scare the crap out of everybody. Is, oh, you have to have this vaccine. You have to have this vaccine. You know, I had a video taken down recently due to me telling the truth, and it had medical backup. And so they gave me a strike on my Weeping Willow 2 for You channel. So I'm back over on Weeping Willow 2. And I don't know if any of your audience right now is into going after the people for infringement of our rights and, the Bill of Rights and common law rights. But something's got to be done about YouTube and their censorship and taking down our videos because they're just telling the truth and sharing the truth. But the video they took down was backed up by medical evidence, and I lost another one because of a doctor up there in New York ended up, telling his story about how this wasn't coronavirus, that it was high altitude sickness. Well, that tells me, it's a lack of oxygen. And what I knew about the two doctors in Italy that ended up doing an autopsy on a COVID-19 patient and discovered that their blood vessels, or their blood, not vessels, but their blood had coagulated in their body. And I know that when the 5, alphabet letter after that gets cranked up to 60 gigahertz, it causes such an agitation of oxygen that's in our body that it prevents the oxygen from being absorbed into our cells, whereby you end up dying of suffocation. So when Wuhan, China, came down with the people all dying, like, right and left, they had turned on them and 4 other cities in and around Wuhan, turned on 30,000 in that day. And people started dying. Now, we are electrical beings. We have electrical impulses to our brain and to our heart. So when in 1918, they ended up introducing the radio. And in 1918, I think it was 500,000 people died. All right. Now, they're saying that it was some kind of, I don't know if it was a germ or a virus, that Fort Riley, Kansas, ended up doing an experiment on the military.
World War I soldiers.
They had sent them, I think it was World War I, and they had sent these soldiers into other countries, France, and I don't remember all of them, Germany, and they were spreading this. But this was run by the Rockefeller family, okay? So, but whether that holds true, I don't have a clue. I read the story. I did it on YouTube, and I told about it just the other day. But I'm still convinced because of the 1918 deal with the radio, because the radio waves affected the people. All right? And then when they fast forward to 1940 or whenever the Navy come up with sonar, this then ended up killing people, and they come up with influenza as a cover-up for that and the effects of it. Then they ended up coming up with 1G, 2G, 3G, 4G, and then you have SARS, then you have MERS, then you end up with CV right now, and you had the 5 you-know-what, which I related to a cover-up for the 5 you-know-what. Now, be I true or about it, I don't know whether it's the absolute truth or not, but these radio frequencies have a big effect on mankind and animal life.
Right.
So then you throw in them doing this scare and terrorizing the public and, closing down all the schools around the world. For what purpose? Well, then you have people end up reporting that they're catching them installing the 5 you-know-what up into the classrooms.
Yeah,
so,
look, I wanted to get into school.
There's the virologists.
Yeah, I wanted us to touch on school before it gets too late. But look, what you were saying.
So the virologist ended up stating that when she and a whole lot of other doctors, that they have already killed their stories. They have taken them off of YouTube, and that's more censoring. So they ended up taking their videos down of telling the truth. But the 5G, I didn't mean to say that. Those are doing bad, but that's what they did. They closed the schools to put the technology into the schools.
Wow.
And you people that have children, let me tell you, those Wi-Fi that's in that school, they could have hardwired them with a cable into the classroom, but no. They had to do Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is sterilizing your children. Your son's testes and your little girl's fallopian tubes. This is the Bill Gates, okay? And then you got the idiot sociopath, Elon Musk, doing his crap. They're all tied in together. So, and I wanted to touch, if I may, if you got time.
Yeah, wait. Let me just back up. Just wait, back up 1 second. you're talking about the electronic frequencies. It's not all or nothing. Fort Detrick and papers from that, there's a list from A to Z with thousands of saved germ warfare bioweapons made at Fort Detrick. That's like the supply place, and where you can do gain of function, bioweaponize, level 5 and 4 or 5, maybe 6 labs for bioweaponizing. It's not all or not. It's not that it's not bioweapon. It's frequencies or either or one or the other. It's all. They
Well, the CV is not doing the killing. I don't
well, right now they
and
did
the
put some.
hospital anonymous. Well, let me answer this one individual anonymous informer. Yes, the question is, or the answer there is yes, it is. It's in the hospitals. It's in the respirators,
Airports,
whatever those machines
airports.
are.
Yep. Yes, the ventilators,
airports.
hospitals, ventilators, airports, cruise ships, and most major cities. Yes. Yes.
And you know all those ships that were docked off of all of the East Coast, those were armed up with it too.
Yep.
That's why they left those people on those ships, and they was calling it quarantine because they was saying it was the CV when it was not. Those ships were geared with that technology. Okay.
Wait.
So,
LED lights. What do you like? LED lights.
The LED lights, most of them out there are weaponized. They have this black dome thing over top the entire lamp that what's inside that dome will pivot around 360 degrees. And as you travel under it with your cell phone, you know, out here on the highway coming into a town, or if they're in your town, these LED lights are weaponized, most of them, and they are hitting you with frequencies. And this top-notch weapons expert said that they was emitting radioactivity and zapping you as you go by. You know, walking under whatever. It's zeroing in on your cell phone. And as far as a smartphone, I would not have one of those if it was given to me for free. I don't care if it's $300 or $1,000 daggone dollars for one of those type of phones. Because I tell you what, you're going to get a signal one day through that phone. And it's not going to be one you want to pick up on. They're going to send a signal out on these phones, y'all. And it's going to, you know, not be a good thing.
Michael said, get a Bible while you can. This is one key point. There will come a time real soon.
Oh, Bible. I've got several, Michael. Thank you.
Wait, how do I add?
Yeah.
Shoot.
You know?
Andrew's ready to.
I've got to tell what's happening with the bank and the money. If y'all got money in the bank, you better be getting it out. You got a 401k in the bank, you better get it out. Because I had a friend years ago that was one of my law mentors, and he ended up telling me what was going to go down. He used to be one of the legislative members over there in the state of Illinois. And this is what he told me, all right? And he was good with his knowledge. So y'all can take it, you can toss it over your shoulder, throw it out the window, but I'm just telling you what he told me, and it's this. That when the New York Stock Exchange starts flip-flopping around, now the other day it dropped 3,000 points, I do believe I read. It's not something I keep an eye on because I don't have any money to invest or anything else, you know, but I hear things a lot. But anyway, it was flip-flopping around. It'd go up, it'd go down, and then it got at an even keel at one point, and then it went down again, and then it came back up some. He said when it drops and it tanks, he said you're going to have 24 to 48 hours before the SHTF happens. And that on a Friday, when the banks close at 6 p.m., People are not going to be able to use their ATMs over the entire weekend or the following Monday, which is going to be a holiday. Now, we have two holidays on a Monday before the end of the year, and it's in September and October. September the 7th is a Monday holiday. It's Labor Day. And October, I think it's the 12th. Let me look here real quick. October the 12th, which is Columbus Day. Now, I don't know what I think the bank's closed on Columbus Day. And people aren't going to be able to get their money out. And come Tuesday, when the bank opens up, and everybody's going to be going to the bank, say, "Hey, why couldn't I, withdraw money?" Now they're armed up. People, the banks are all armed up with weapons, and they will pop out the new currency across this nation. Obama is not who you think he is. He's a distraction. And he's doing the dance that everybody wants to hear, wants to see, wants to believe, and sucks down that hook, line, and sinker and the worm to go with it. But he is abiding time. He is telling you all that you want to hear. Oh, we're going to have a great America. He's telling you that he's going to have implemented 40,000 five-you-know-whaters across this nation before the end of this year. He's telling you that he doesn't want anything to do with China per se, that he's bringing back the auto industry, he's bringing back the companies they have over there, et cetera, et cetera. I'm telling you, it's a lie. All right? Time will tell whether I'm right or wrong, but I'm telling you, what I know is that no, this is all lies, it's all BS, and he's coming for us. He's not what you think he is, right. And he is a Crown family member, and that means from England. All presidents of this nation are connected DNA-wise to the Crown, and that includes Obama. Every judge, every clerk, every cop, every probably sheriff, and every attorney in this world is working with a criminal enterprise. The whistle was blown or the beans were spilled by Judge Dale several years ago. I don't know if he's still alive or not, but his stuff is up on YouTube. Look for Judge Dale, but Dale is not his last name. I do have his last name, and I was thinking it was Dale Chase, but it isn't. It's another name. But he ended up spilling the beans on what this is all, and what they're doing is stealing from the Cestui Que Vie Trust, which is intended by the King and Queen of England that set this up in 1666 for every man, woman, and child in the world. This has set gold, okay, has set and built and accrued and compounded interest over interest for centuries. And they are getting their hands on it through you all getting speeding tickets, getting fines, getting locked up in jail, and you're giving your names out, your Social Security's out, like, there's no tomorrow. That is a absolute infringement on your rights, and you're letting them tap into it. It's not about why you're in court. It has to do with the 1099. It's a tax thing, okay? So they file a tax report on you. And that's how they're getting the money, because you signed it. All right? You put your John Henry on. They can only hold you 72 hours, and they got to let you go. Keep your mouth closed. You are not the paper, the name that they have on the paper, the all caps name. But we don't have time to get into all that. I've already done my thing. I'm out of it. But
no, we got to break stuff down because there's too much. We were just trying to look. I'm trying. Give a second here. And Andro Nova, can you say something if you hear me right now, so I know if I figured out how to add you, if you're really added on? Could you say hi? It looks like I think he's on. I put the link.
I seen their name on here. I addressed them earlier.
Yeah, no, yeah, not in the side chat, but on the. But I don't know if I'm not doing something right here. I'm like just trying to test this out. But look, we got so much. There's so much like there. It's some stuff. It's like just it can get so involved that it's hard. It's hard.
Okay, anonymous informer. If you're talking about me talking to Polly, I'm not a guy. I'm just a woman. Okay. With a big voice.
It could be. I mean, I get confused for a guy, and a few of my other friends, especially like we're older.
I'm always confused with a guy. You know. But anyway,
Andro, though,
I'm not a guy.
If Andro, okay, at the end of this chat, I will put links. But Andro Novo, can say hi? No, not say hi in the chat. Say hi, like really, so I know if you're on the actual, or if I'm not doing something right on the StreamYard, that I didn't add you properly. It looks like, I mean, I see your name at the bottom. Could you say hi? Or do I have to? Somehow, I know somewhere I'm supposed to add somebody when they. Yeah, it's just all technical stuff. It's like, but wait.
Yeah.
Let's go right now to school. School
Don't
safety.
send your children back to school. They're going to kill them or kidnap them. Okay, plain and simple, short answer. Do not send your children back to school. They are already in Sweden. Or was it Sweden?
Yes, Sweden.
No,
yes.
Ireland.
No. Sweden.
Riot. Not a riot, but they're doing a big thing, legal thing. They've got an attorney and everything supposed to sue. I don't buy into the legal thing because I know what all the courts are. They're Article 1 courts of law and administrative only. They have no jurisdiction, nor do the cops. And but Ireland was the one, the video I put out the other day at their insistence, the people
Sweden.
that share their stuff, that they are going to kidnap the children.
A woman?
They're going to say that they have a disease sprung off from CV.
Hyperimmune.
And you're not going to have access to them.
Hyperimmune syndrome. And it was a woman from Sweden, not Ireland, Sweden.
No. The Sweden one was the woman that had all them crowds of people. Probably 4,000 or 5,000 people.
No, that was Ireland. No, that was Ireland. I'm sure of that. Yeah.
Oh.
That's okay. No, but the woman from Sweden, she had a UK British accent, but she was from Sweden.
Yeah.
But she said, my child, I directly, she said, with the children in school, they plan to, if they get tested positive, they're going to lock them down in school, and they're going to make forced vaccine before the children can be released. And she said they're already getting sick with the 5G, and that they called it hyperimmune syndrome or symptom. Yeah, they gave it a name.
Yes, anonymous.
Look, in my local news, I just heard just 2 hours ago. Well, 3. The people, doctors and places are upset because the CDC just changed their guidelines on not testing. See, they're doing Alice in Wonderland on us. Don't test unless people show symptoms. No, they have invested billions with a B for testing and track and trace. Because how else to control the people?
And if y'all don't know, this daggone vaccine has an RNA that's going to splice into your DNA.
Yep.
You will not get it out of your body. It will track you for life. They will make you a
GMO.
They have a patent on it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
They're going to consider you owned by them if you end up taking this.
I forgot about that part of it. So,
So
okay.
you're already dead if you take it.
Yep. And okay. For those who think that they're fairly aware of what's going on, and while this vaccine ain't the mark, it ain't the big deal. It's bad, and it's extra bad, but it ain't. Oh, no. Think twice, because they know they got one shot at it, because they know people are aware as much as they try with media. And and they may have just one shot at it. They've been wanting to get something out there that wipes out global climate warming, all that. They want to reduce population, and really in a quick fashion, and to whatever the Georgia Guidestones is. And this vaccine will alter the DNA, your DNA, and like you said, RNA, it splices in, it makes your own, it works. People are like, they can't make a vaccine for the common cold virus. It would take a long time. It's different than all other animals. Well, no, they've already had it waiting in the wings.
Nanobots and the nanobots that has been said to us, we're breathing it through the geoengineering, and some of you folks still call them chemtrails. You've been breathing smart dust, all this stuff. They have to have a major upset in America, because we're the takedown country, you see. We're the only ones that still have weapons. And now, the reason Japan never came here, because their guy, I can't think of his title, sales of Obama saying that. I don't know. But they're right. But they're not going to be using conventional warfare against we the people. People think that they can, if they have a weapon in their house, they're just fine. They're set. They're the bad butts and all this stuff. I'm trying to keep my mouth straight. Still saying what I want to say, but, trying to keep a civil tongue. But, no, it has been said, and this was from the guy in legislation, that they will use phosgene gas or mustard gas.
Oh, and phosgene, we did get cut off for a moment. I somehow cut us off. Phosgene is like when you see birds dropping, well, besides 5G reasons. I forget if it's a gas that is unusual. It goes high or low. But yeah, they've got so many, there are so many bioweapons, chemical weapons, frequency electronic weapons. It's all, they're ready. They're ready.
It'll come by the air. It'll come by the air, or it's going to be a frequency. All right. Well, a lot of people don't know when the pyramids of Giza or Giza, however you say that name, when they were built, they weren't with. I mean, come on. They were not big stones that were rolled across the sand on logs. All right. This stuff was done by frequency. It had nothing to do with. I mean, look, you pick a daggone stone like those things are, and you build that pyramid. Do you not think that the daggone sand is going to engulf the freaking logs? Where the heck they get the logs? They don't have trees there in Egypt. Not big enough for these big heavy stones. Where do they think that come from?
Some people say giants.
They've indoctrinated us into thinking that's the way it was done.
Yeah.
And it wasn't. It was done by frequencies.
Some people say giants.
Okay.
Well,
no. I don't think giants can take the stones. That those stones are so huge that you can't even fit a piece of paper through them. They're put together so meticulously. You cannot fit anything between these stones. They're so together, precise. Can't do it.
Yeah.
But
look,
anyway,
let's say, what if we have like a few months? I'm
no,
laughing.
I don't think we have but a few months.
Well,
I think it's going to go down before voting, before the people, if they're crazy enough to get out there and vote, because the president is selected. He's not elected. They made everybody think that we had a say in government when we don't. These people are groomed for years before they ever get in office. So right now is the opportune time, with all things coming against us, to have a man up there in Washington that the people are just praising and saying he's the knight in shining armor and the white knight, whatever. He's telling you what you want to hear. Okay, that's all it is. He's another puppet in the mix. He's got his puppet masters, just like all the rest of them have had.
Why America? Wait. Why America matters? Not so much that there's a gun behind every blade of grass. It's because we have been the military might of the world. I think, a beacon of freedom.
Well, we've been the bully on the block.
Yeah.
We have told everybody else what to do, and that's why so many countries hate us.
Yep.
All right.
And what did Bush Jr. say? You're either with us, or you're with the enemy. I didn't want to get into this, but I just got to touch on it really quick. 9/11, 20 years coming up. 9/11.
Gosh,
okay.
Has it been that long?
Yep. And
wow.
No, guess what?
20 years?
Yep. Guess what? Yeah, 2001.
2011. This is 2020, so it's only been 10.
No. 2001.
Add another 10 on there.
Wait. No, you're right. It's going on 19 years. Why do I think 20? 19 years. Guess what I heard 2 days ago? There's going to be no public not celebration, but commemorization of the 2001 9/11 attack because of the virus. But I'm going to tell you what, they don't want even any more people that have already become awake that it ain't right. 2 planes took down 3 buildings in an impossible way, and don't question it, like JFK and Lee Harvey Oswald in the Oklahoma City bombing and all that. So 9/11, it didn't kill just 3,000 in one day. It kills people today.
Yes, Paul.
It kills people every day, and it killed millions. And it took our best men and women and messed with their psyche and their spirit. Made them be in a fight or be killed. That they gotta know it was wrong. Who are the insurgents in Iraq? They're the men that live in Iraq. It's wicked beyond belief, and we're going on 19 years, if I got the math right.
I didn't know it'd been that long.
Yeah. Guess what?
You're right.
Guess what?
To fight back.
No, not one head has rolled, and there are people who've done the work, and we know the names. But not we. I don't mean me, but the names are known in the corporations.
Yeah.
And yep. And yeah, they want to keep that shut up. It's coming up.
Well, yeah. Well, let me add another little thing about how the system works. All of the corporations, they are in commerce, okay? All your court people, all of your city people, they all sign a foreign statement, all right, people? They sign a foreign statement because they've already given up their citizenship to the United States, to the Crown of England, all right? Because all law came and derived from England. So everything, like most politicians, probably 98% or 97%, whatever it was I was talking about, took us to agree upon. But that amount of people have dual citizenships, and they think that they're going to be flying out of this country when the SHTF happens to all of us. Well, the guy that I know or knew back in the day in Illinois legislation, he said the planes will not fly. They're not going to be able to escape, okay? They're going to suffer the same that we're going to go through. Now, they have their dumbs, but they have been blowing these dumbs up. I think more than 2/3 of them have been destroyed. I know the one under the Denver airport was nuked below the airport. So I don't know how many others were, but when it comes to, they have nothing to do with us. Please hear what I'm saying right now. From your congressmen, your senators, your state representatives, the president, your mayor, your sheriff, your cops, your judges, your county attorney, city attorney, and the clerks, both the city and the county. These people are in commerce. They're in maritime admiralty law and statutes. They're not doing law, all right? Law, take it out of the equation. There is no law in this country that's being run right now. They are administrative only. They have no jurisdiction over you whatsoever. This has already been established, case cited, everything by the United States Supreme Court. There is no law. They have pushed, because you see, most of the states has already given up their sovereignty to the federal. Over to federal, by accepting federal funds, they have already got their butts in a sling. So they owe them. So you have all these foreigners, even though they're American or American born, it is no difference. They have to run commerce and commercial things like the airplanes, the buses, the trains, the taxis, Uber, whatever the case is, the stores, every corporation that was invented is to help and to supply services to we the people. And when they end up, that's why they make these laws saying that you cannot sue them under what was that thing they come up with? I made so many videos of it. No, it's not the FAAP or foreign, somebody help me out. The foreign,
I can't.
Oh, geez, I can't think of it. FAAA or FAAP or FPPA.
Well, I almost said, wait. I do know that ambassadors, they have what do they call it? Like they could commit a murder in another country, and you can't arrest them, or they got some kind of special protection.
They have diplomatic immunity.
Immunity.
But the deal is that these people that are supposed to be public servants, and they all are, all the way up to the president, they are to run this country. They do not have power or jurisdiction over we the people.
Yes.
We are under common law, which is the Father Almighty. We are the living flesh, the real flesh. They cannot contract with you unless you consent to the contracting with them, and you're consenting. Let's say a cop pulls you over, and he ends up telling you to roll your window down, and if you comply with that, then you've already verbally contracted with that cop by following his orders. All right? If he hands you a clipboard to sign the daggone ticket, you are consenting to his authority over you. When they read you the Miranda rights before they arrest you and say anything and everything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Do you understand? Now, okay, hold up here. Listen to what I just said. Do you understand? He is asking a tricky question here. First off, you, under the language that you have been taught, you're comprehending this question is, do you understand him mentally of what he just said on reading you the Miranda rights? The moment you say yes in response to that question, you just gave up your rights, because he is tricking you and saying, are you going to stand under me? Do you understand that you're submitting your rights under him? That's a tricky question right there, folks. And they're not doing what's called full disclosure. And without full disclosure, it is null and void. But people don't know how to turn it around and fight back in what they're doing. First off, if you got any papers from a daggone court, put non-assumption, return to sender. All right? That means you don't care to contract with them. If they send out an arrest warrant, which I had one put on me for disorderly conduct standing in my own house, cussing the cops out while I'm watching it and videotaping them, stealing my truck off my property over a noise violation that my next door neighbor was doing, and I was incessantly calling the cops to get them to use their so-called power over the ding-dong next door. Her grandson moved in next door, and so I used, because of the noise violations, I put my truck between my house and their house. He ended up claiming, long story short, that I was infringing on his grandmother's property because my truck tire might have touched an inch of her property that butts up to mine. So the cops came, told me to move my car. I said, hold up. I don't take dictation from you. Okay? I said, I'm not moving my automobile. You don't call your transportation a vehicle. That puts it under the state, that puts it under their laws, their statutes. Forgive me, not law, but their statutes. Because vehicle is a commercial term for their vehicles, their cop cars, their trains, their planes, their all that under commercial law. All right? And so, in the public law. And, you know, I wish we had more time, because I tell y'all, you're getting ripped off. And your utility bills and your gas bill and your internet service and your phone bill, because all this stuff was prepaid. Okay? And I am right now, I have not paid a utility bill since, I think, March. I told them to shove it where the sun don't shine, and I sent them the laws and the public law and the House Joint Resolution and the Bankruptcy Act of 1933. Y'all need to educate yourself. And of course, I've got stalkers, and and I have had for probably 10 years, but they're kind of like flies on, you know what, here of late. So, but I got some people. So it's kind of, finding out what the heck is going to happen here, Because if they come after me, there's going to be something they're going to get that they're going to wish to gosh they had never tied in with me. The best thing is for them, and I made a demand letter. I said, I want back all the money that you've embezzled and committed mail fraud and, intimidation and all this stuff, RICO racketeering, malfeasance, misprision. The list is long, people. And they're robbing you to keep you in the poorhouse by paying $200-something a month for a daggone electric bill. What this is a dividend that they're sending to your home. It's not a bill for services rendered. Okay? This is under House Joint Resolution 192 and House Resolution 1491. Public Law 7310, Public Law 10, Public Law 1. And, there you go. The Lieber Code, the Trade with the Enemies Act. These people are Class D felons. They lose their immunities from their offices. I'm talking judges, the attorneys, the clerk, the whole 9 yards of them. They're rotten as the day is long. They're evil entities, and they're keeping you in a poorhouse. Would you like to keep that $200 a month you're paying out on that daggone utility bill? I know I daggone do, and I have, and I do. And so my utilities are still running. I'm on the net, aren't I?
Yes.
You know?
That's
But I got
amazing.
a lot of haters. I got a lot of stalkers, and but I've also got a judge that's somewhere, which I'm not going to say where's that. But she wrote me an email earlier today. We're looking at marshals. We're talking the continental marshals, which are being reinstalled in this country. We're talking about the federal laws and the codes of federal regulations, because, see, all these entities that I had previously mentioned are going to be held accountable, okay, under their laws, the ones they're supposed to be abiding by. Not me, not we, the people. The only laws that you're to abide by are the Father Almighty's common law and nature's law. That's it. You don't hurt anybody, you don't have a problem. Now, they can come after you if you kill somebody. They can come after you if you steal somebody's property or damage somebody's property. That's the only reasons they come after you. But as far as the rest of it, it's all bull hockey. They're doing it just to steal from the SESQV Trust. Your body, you see, is the surety bond on what they're trying to get out of your SESQ. Let me tell you, if you're locked up in jail, they're getting $4 million every 3 or 6 months off the SESQV Trust that is in your name. That's a bona fide fact. So,
Listen, I got to say one thing. People are commenting in the side channel. I'm not saying it right. In the side chat and all that. And, some few people struggling with court problems, and anonymous. They wrote lies about me in jail report, saying I screamed at them, and the audacity to accuse me of screaming at my son. I firmly shouted at him to stay back in the room.
Okay, here's some questions you can ask the judge and ask the prosecuting attorney. And they have to answer it because they're elected officials. You ask the judge respectfully now, that's his ship that he is on, because he's in maritime law and admiralty law, and him sitting on that bench is the captain's helm, okay? So he's looking down on you. He's wearing black because you are dead. All right, that's why when they say if you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed to you, because that judge does not hear you, he does not see you, because you have not changed your political status and be back onto the land from the sea of being sent out to sea when you were on the birth certificate, okay? Birth. Give it some thought here for a minute. Birth is a birth where a ship pulls in, right? So, you are on a birth certificate. This was dreamt up by the evildoers to get you lost at sea, so that you're lost out there, and the government ended up being your daddy. Because your daddy never signed your birth certificate, you understand? Just your mother did. And she did so not knowing that she was signing you up for a slavery system. All right? And until you right yourself and connect back to the land, you are lost at sea. You'll never have a voice, because they term you as an infant. You are considered an imbecile that cannot speak for itself because you are, I don't care if you're 50 years old or 80 years old. When you're before their court, you are an infant because you have not reached the age of majority, because you have not let them know who you are, because you have not found out who you are. I hope I'm making sense to you good people out there. Until you change your political status and get back on the land, out of the sea, then you are always going to be lost at sea, and you will never have a voice in their court. And it's a Mickey Mouse kangaroo court, I can promise you that.
Wow.
So the cards are already stacked against you in their court because they are going to side with the corporation. Always. Because they're a party to it. Okay?
Listen.
So
Yeah.
ask the judge this question. Who pays you your paycheck? And he will probably tell you. Then you turn to the prosecuting attorney. Then the judge is going to have a wake-up call. Oh, hell's bells. This individual knows something. The gavel I have heard from my friend in the legislation is going to come down, case dismissed. Why? Because that prosecutor had best not answer the question, because he or she gets paid out of the same cookie jar. And that is a bias against you. That is prejudice as all get out. That is against the law. Because then the judge can lose his pension and prosecutor fired. All right? So remember that. And then you ask the judge on the so-called case, if you acknowledge that name, the best thing to protect yourself would be to write a letter to the judge and say, I withdraw any and all signatures that you have on me because it was fraud. Okay? Because you were not given full disclosure. Wherefore, the judge then asked him in that registered mail, don't send it by a certified green card return. You want it protected, which it will be by the post office in the red and white. Send it to them where you get a signature and it's time stamped and everything as to who gets it. And it is handed from one courier to the next courier until it gets to its destination. If you do the green cards get lost. I've spent years doing this crap. Green cards get lost and never show up. The post office can't explain it. They just don't know. All right? So, ask the judge what the tax ID number is on the case. That's going to blow his mind or hers.
Yeah.
That's what the case number is on it. Because you see, people, it has nothing to do with what they have roped you into their system about. It has to do with the tax. Okay?
Yeah.
And
Well, that's
with
how
that
they
tax
maintain
ID,
control.
they end up getting the money off of your name for the SESQV trust. And they're not paying taxes on it. Now, if you really want to get down to the nitty-gritty, you can collect all the attorneys in your town's names, addresses, phone numbers, all the judges in your town, addresses, phone numbers, and all the commissioners that run your town, city, whatever it is, and all of your county ones, your clerks, everybody, and just send them all into the IRS. Okay? And then the IRS is going to be coming to these folks with a flashlight up their backside for the past 7 years, looking at their incomes as to, hey, how come you got a $2 million house when you're only allowed or your income doesn't match up with what you own? All right? Then they're going to dig a little deeper. And they better hope and pray to the Father Almighty that they have every I dotted and every T crossed, and they lived a crisp, clean life. All right?
And they didn't. Yeah.
Oh, no, not to get the money they're getting off the SESQV. Oh, no, they're not. but every one of them's hands are dirty. And there's a thing called the dirty hands doctrine. Look it up. Dirty hands doctrine. But these snakes in the grass, and that's what they all are. They are against we the people. They are like piranha or leeches that are sucking the blood, the life's blood out of we the people. That's what they do. And they have the answers to all this stuff, but they are using their knowledge, okay, against us. And even Father says that he doesn't like attorneys, period. Mm-mm. No, he doesn't.
Right.
And he tells them, woe unto them, something along them lines, unless I looked it up.
The Pharisees.
Quick,
the Pharisees.
Woe unto the attorneys, because they would not share their knowledge to the people or be burdened with what they have burdened us with.
Yep.
So,
closing up. Look, I got to read this one thing, okay, from Scripture.
Yeah.
It is as you were talking. This seems key. It's John 18, verse 33. Then Pilate entered into the judgment hall again, and called Jesus, and said unto him, Art thou the King of the Jews? Jesus answered him, Sayest thou this thing of thyself, or did others tell it thee of me? Pilate answered, Am I a Jew? Thine own nation and the chief priests have delivered thee unto me. What hast thou done? Jesus answered, My kingdom is not of this world. If my kingdom were of this world, then would my servants fight, that I should not be delivered to the Jews. But now is my kingdom not from hence. Pilate therefore said unto him, Art thou a king? Art thou a king then? Jesus answered, Thou sayest that I am a king. To this end I was born, and for this cause came I into the world, that I should bear witness unto the truth. Every one that is of the truth heareth my voice. Pilate saith unto him, What is truth? And then he had said this, he went out again unto the Jews, and saith unto them, I find in him no fault at all. But ye have a custom. Yeah. That's
right.
I don't know why this seems to tie in to what we're talking, but
because we are not of this world. That's why it ties in. Because we are not of their system. And yes, Anonymous, you are wrong, sweetheart, when you say some people say you can't get out of the system, though, and that is very wrong. I was in the system, all right? I believed, as everybody out there, not everybody, but a lot of folks out there believe that once you're in there, you can't get out of it, you know? I've been fighting for my freedom for 3 decades, folks, and I still haven't achieved it, but I'm getting close to it because I found the answer. And it's certainly not in their crooked courts, but it has to do with the private side of the commercial lien. So I've already gone through, a lot of the hard stuff, and it's about the pendulums coming down on some folks, and they owe me a lot. They've imprisoned me in my house for 30 plus years, and I'm totally disabled for you that don't know. But yes, Anonymous Informer, I fought in their system. That's why I know so much, is because I've lived it. I've lived it. And I know the answers, and I'm fighting back now with the knowledge it's took me those 30 plus years of studying law, studying their codes, their United States codes, and their codes of federal regulations. Though I've not been in the federal regulations very much at all, but I have read case law bukus of times all the way up to the United States Supreme Court. But for anybody that has been wronged and locked up for no reason, there is no statute of limitations on the time of the fraud that had been perpetrated against you. And I urge you to look up the case Trezevant, Trezevant versus City of Tampa, Florida. That case got Trezevant, the guy that was illegally locked up for 25 minutes, over $1,000 a minute for them having incarcerated him because he failed to ID, which is something that you do not have to do because the police do not have any jurisdiction over you. They are commerce, people. You have to understand this is all commerce and commercial statutes and regulations. It is not law. They cannot give you a speeding ticket. This is coming from the Supreme Court, what I'm telling you. They do not have an obligation to assist you. They do not have to protect you. They don't have to help you. But they daggone sure do not have any jurisdiction over you to tell you to roll your window down, get out, stand on the curb, do as I say, jump how high, etc., etc. They do not have that all-encompassing power whatsoever over we the people. None. They are a fictitious character. They are in a public servant. Okay? That's it. That's as simple as I can put it. But I've been in that system. Now, I've never been arrested or anything. They tried to arrest me, but I was incarcerated in my home for over 10 months at their intimidation, and they're terrorizing me and threatening to arrest me over a bogus arrest warrant for what I call it earlier, disorderly conduct, while standing in my own house, cussing cops out while I'm watching them steal my damn truck off my property. And so they swore it out. Why? Because I hold these people, I expose these people for their wrongdoing. I don't care if you're a senator, if you're a governor, because I've sued governor in the past, okay? But it didn't do any good because the judge called it frivolous because he's a party to the criminality.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
So it would have to be done by a commercial lien. That is the only answer for we the people. And it is watched by the Security Stock Exchange, all right? Because they know some big money is about to change hands. Now, I have a lot of people watching me, and I've had my phone tapped more than once. I've got federal people that are up in this stuff, okay? And, I mean, they've played a hand in it when they tried to steal my house for 13 years. And the Father Almighty, had it not been for him, they would have possibly been successful. But, you know, when I was doing what I thought to hold them at bay for 13 years, people, 13 years they robbed me of my life because I was dug in deep on case law and their statutes and all the BS, all right? So, but the Father woke me up one morning, and make this a short story, he woke me up and told me 2 words after I just laid down at 1 o'clock, being up for 2 or 3 days, absolutely exhausted. And he had showed me mercy and said, common law. He woke me up. He said common law. I heard it plain as day. And I raised up on my left elbow. I was so tired I couldn't even open my eyes. But while I opened them, I wasn't going to look at him. You know? And I said, what? He said it again with a little more oomph added to it. He said, common law. And I smiled up at him and I said, okay. And I laid down and I was out like a light switch. Later on that morning when I got up, the first thing I did was grab my laptop because all the years that I had been dug in deep on law, and this is workers' comp law, civil law, criminal law. I mean, I've done a little bit of all of it, okay? So I know what I'm talking about here, and I'm giving you the honest to gosh truth. So when he told me that, and I looked it up, that bingo, that was the answer I needed. And I looked that up, and common law, you see, is from the Father Almighty. They cannot mess around with the real flesh and blood. They cannot interact with you as the real flesh and blood. They can only, from commerce side, contract with you if you submit to them, if you consent to them. Other than that, they don't have a contract. But if you talk to them, you end up abiding by what they tell you to do. You got a contract, verbal or written. But you have 3 days to rescind that contract. That's contract law. You have 3 days to do it. So I ended up sending the attorney, Stephanie McGuire. You can check this out. Stephanie McGuire at Lerner Sampson office in Cincinnati, Ohio. I sent her a letter. And I told her, I'm coming for you. And she called me up one day, or I called her, I forget which, because over 13 years I had occasion to talk to her. So anyhow, in that conversation, I told her, I said, well, at the moment, I'm filing a federal lawsuit against you and a tort for you pursuing me. She said, immediately, she said, send it to me. Because you see, there was something I told her about the Father in 2003 when he told me, as I'm in a conversation with her, he says these words verbatim: tell her that her boss is going to get cancer and is going to eat his head off. She was talking to me at that moment that he started to talk to me, and I interrupted her and I told her, now this is all verified proof, y'all. This is audio tape. It's up on my channels. Not once, but twice. Because when she was talking, I told her, hold up, the Father's talking to me. And so she shut up. And he continued, and I said, do you have your appointment book sitting in front of you? She said, yes, I do. I said, then, madam, you write these words in it, and you bank on it, because it's not going to turn around and go back to the Father, because he says his words will not be returned void, okay? So I said, you write this in your book. The Father said that Jamie Dimon, now he didn't tell the name, I already knew the name. But Jamie Dimon is the CEO president of JP Morgan Chase. I said, you write this down that your boss man is going to end up with cancer and it's going to eat his head off. Now, she may have laughed at that for that moment and thought I was done, got off the deep end of the pool. I said, you bank on it, it's going to happen. Well, fast forward to 2015. I'm scouting the world for news for my channels. And lo and behold, a story pops up, and I do believe Father put it there, on Jamie Dimon and JP Morgan Chase. I thought, whoa, let's check this out. So I ended up starting to read the article. I bypassed the date and all that. I just wanted to see what the story was, because I wasn't going to report it, so I thought. So I was reading it, and sure enough, man, he was telling his world employees that he had in fact developed throat cancer. And I sped back to the top of the page to see when that article was written. Now, I ran across it September or October of 2015. This article was written July 1st of 2015. July 1st is my birthday, okay? So I had other confirmations that what the Father had told me in 2003, not only was it on my birthday, but the first commenter on that video, because I did run the story, regurgitated it, that is, she ended up telling me that her dad had developed throat cancer, and he died shortly before it did eat his head off.
Wow.
Now, I used to be at home.
Well, I was going to say, God does, God, justice happens. Not always that we see of.
You betcha.
Yeah.
And, we hold the power, people, in John 14:12. And I don't know that I haven't remembered it correctly, but it's something along these lines. Verily, verily, I say unto you, he that believeth The things that I do, mightier things than these shall he do, for I go unto the Father. It's something along those lines. I don't know if I
Yes.
recited it all right, but I never say I'm going to quote the Bible because I might mess up. And he says, don't change anything in my word. So I'm not changing. I'm
Yep.
just saying, look it up yourself. John 14:12.
Yes.
That one verse of all the scripture that I have read tells you matter of factly that you got the same powers that he had when he walked this plot of dirt. All right? If you believe, all right? Now, he puts angels before us, not behind us, because we're not to camp out in the shadow of the valley of death.
Right.
We're to march through it or run through it, not to camp out of it and lick your wounds and all this stuff. But he does put angels in front of you, and you have 6,000, which is a legion. I've investigated this. You can take my word or not, but I'd suggest you look it up yourself. But a legion is 6,000.
I think so.
So,
Yep.
You've got 6,000 angels at your ready for you, and that's in and above your guardian angel. But you have 6,000 additional angels, but Father will not release them to you unless you ask him. So, I've called the angels for my family, and I can go on with stories and miracles that I have both been a party to, both that I have witnessed instant miracles, people being healed, getting their sight back because Father will come on me at times that I am compelled to pray for them in that instant. I have to interrupt them sometimes. I have to pray for you because he's calling me to do it. Now, I'm not saying, it's not me, it's him that's doing it. But he's using me as a vessel,
Conduit. Conduit.
something,
Vessel.
Conduit. Yeah, something. Yeah. And so, I have been very fortunate to be a vessel, and I never know when he's going to show up to get me to do something, and to have me to pray for somebody. I never know when that's going to come over me, but I know when he shows up, it's hard to. It's not hard to bear. Don't misunderstand what I'm saying here. It is so touching. There's such a closeness there. Okay, that it brings tears to my heart and my soul because it is so precious.
Yep.
You see,
that's right.
It is so very precious to know that he's with you, and I can assure you, folks, he's with me. He's with me in these battles. He's always been. I can look back on my life and I see every step of the way. I couldn't see it at the time that I was going through my trials and my tribulations, but I can guarantee you, looking back, I've seen him walking with me every step, just like that poem of the steps or the walk of the footprints in the sand. That's the name of it. Footprints in the sand. And that individual, somewhere in that poem, I haven't read that in years, but somewhere in there, they asked,
Where were you?
The Lord, why weren't your steps next to me? He said, that is the moment I was carrying you.
Yep.
It was his steps in the sand. He will never forsake us, people, ever. But anyway.
No. Yeah, that is an amazing, that poem, Footprints in the Sand. It's like that is so key. Not key. That's not the right word. Because it's like,
it's like I'm a writer. I'm a poet. I've been writing for 40 plus years, and at one time I was recognized by the Commonwealth of Kentucky as a writer. I won the Gold Medal of Honor back in 1992. And I flew out to California for a big gala they had out there. It was a worldwide event. And, I won the Gold Medal of Honor. and it was something that I had done for me. You know, it was like I've come into my own. But I never understood, nor did I ever ask the Father why he wanted me to do the news 6 and some odd years ago.
Yeah.
Why he spoke it out loud in my living room, February 28th of 2014. He just said those 3 words, did the news, and all I said was okay. And I started doing the news. So over 6 years later now, I'm still doing the news. And I always had it in the back of my head, because I didn't ask him why, but I've always wondered why he wanted me to do the news. You see, it's not about the news. It's about gathering the people together to hear my faith. And he turned me about a year and a half ago, if that long, to writing poems for him, his son, and, you know, the coming against the evil one. So I've written in that length of time about 160 poems for the Father and his Son. So I have a playlist and on both of my channels. One channel is Weeping Willow 2. That used to be my original channel till YouTube kept striking me, and I created Weeping Willow 2 for you. And it's spelled with an H. And I'm not illiterate. I do know how to spell very well, but I couldn't get the name otherwise, so I had to throw the H up in there for weeping, and then a space, Willow 2, and then a space, and a number 4, and a capital U. That is my main channel now instead of Weeping Willow 2. But I uploaded only on Weeping Willow 2 the urgent and alerts on that one, and or my personal trials and tribulations, of which I'm still going through. But now that YouTube just got me a strike over the CV video of Showing Truth, I can't upload on it for another week. You know, I can answer comments, but I can't upload any videos. So now I'm back on Weeping Willow 2, but that's not going to last long after I get the other one back on. You know, unless they delete me. But anyway.
Sure, so, Peanut joins us now. Oh my goodness.
Do what?
The Peanut guy joins us.
Oh, well, hello, Peanut.
I've not been paying attention to the chat, and I'm trying to keep this like I get an F for trying to like keep us on point. And I know, like, you know, you got to get kept on point. I got to get kept on point. We can go off point. But well, truth be known. Yeah. But oh my goodness. Look, you know what? We between just me and you, like we could probably go on for like, I don't know, 100 hours. I'm like if we wanted to break stuff down.
We can talk about a lot of things, you and I.
But you know? The point was I would try to make this open and put the links for people to join. Yeah. And look, yeah. We're just like but I'm so the beginning of what you were talking about, like this networking, we want to like get sort of more. Time is getting short. I'll put it that way. We're getting to the point where we need more key, really like sometimes you know, quick, to the point news alerts. You know, what's going on. I have
to share something real quick.
Yeah.
Y'all, the Lord told me years ago, I think it was in 2014 or 2015, I'm not sure, but once a year I try to re-upload the prayer of agreement that he directed me to do. And as I started out, at the time, I had a friend that said, you know, you need to write down what you're going to say so you don't have any pauses. I said, wait a minute, I fly by the seat of my pants. I don't sit and pre-program myself on what I'm going to say, but I never sit there like, you know, and have big long pauses or anything. But her words were churching in the back of my head. And so I began writing down the things that the Lord was laying on my heart, excuse me, to bring out. So I'm writing, and when everything that was in me I felt was poured out of me on those several pages, then he ended up speaking to me and he said, now back it up with scripture. I laughed at him. I said, okay. So then I had to type in the few words of any scripture because I am not a good chapter, verse type. That's not the way my brain works. But I don't memorize words, but I do have bits and pieces of lots of the verses, okay?
Yes.
So that when I do hear them, when somebody does speak the entire volume of what he said, I can guarantee you, I can tell you, for the most part, whether what they're saying is true or it's not. And how that comes about is only by the Father, I believe. Because I don't have the Bible memorized. You know, I've read it a few times, and I read it every Saturday doing the Torah. But when he ended up telling me to do the news, you know, where was I? I've done lost track here. What was I going to say?
Son of a gun.
When,
Well, wait, you got me, I'm like in the same boat as you right now. Because son of a gun. Prayer of agreement.
Very long.
Prayer of agreement.
Yeah, that's it.
All right.
Flapping so much. Excuse me, I forget my main point.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. Okay. Slap. But anyway, he made me, didn't make me, but he asked me. Well, no, he didn't ask me either. He told me. He said, do a prayer of agreement, which I knew what that was. It's where two or more people join together, and he's amongst us, okay? Let me tell you folks something. The more people connected and agreeing in one or on touching any one thing, more prayers go to heaven. Let's say, for example, you got one person praying about one thing, okay? So you have 1,000 prayers go to flight. You get two people together, you combine that prayer with another soul, you have 10,000 prayers go to flight. So how many is it when Yeshua shows up? You have 3 combined praying to the Father. But the Father is not just hearing the other 2 individuals, he's hearing his Son. Because his Son tells us that, whatever you ask through my name, it shall be done. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to be done instantly, although I have seen that happen numerous times. True miracles. But, okay, for example, Peter and a couple other disciples were along this road where this guy was vexed with 6,000 demons, okay, spirits, whatever. And they could not, for the life of them, cast those demons from that man that was plagued by them. So here comes Yeshua, Jesus, some of y'all call him. But Yeshua ends up coming along the roadway. This guy was jumping out and scaring fire out of everybody and everything else and doing whatever he was doing. And they said, what have we to do with thou, son of? And he silenced them because it wasn't his time to be recognized as to who he truly was. So he silenced them. And they begged him to be cast out into the swine. And then they ran down the cliff to the ocean and drowned it.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Now, I'm anxious to find out and talk to him about that because I don't understand what the point is. Because if they run down and then they die, the pigs die, not the spirits. I didn't get that part. So I want to ask him about that when I get to heaven. However, The point being, when the disciples were alone with Yeshua and asked him, why, since you gave us the power to cast out demons and heal the sick, why couldn't we cast out those 6,000, that legion of demons? And then he said these words, something along these lines. He said, there are times when you must anoint yourself and fast, okay? Or maybe the anoint isn't there, but the fasting. You have to fast.
Fast and pray. Fast and pray.
And then pray.
Yes.
And then miracles come about, people.
That's right. That's right.
So there is one little, secret of the Bible. You have to fast. Now, see, when I go into a fasting, I always anoint myself with extra virgin olive oil and do the thing with the Father, and I won't eat for 24 hours, I'm just telling you what I do. It's whatever he lays on you for your fasting. Some of you might smoke, which you shouldn't, because that's in the temple of the Father. But, if you smoke, if you drink, or whatever your thing is, if it's going to cause you some misery is the point, okay? It's going to cause you to draw closer to the Father to get through it, to not do whatever it is. I choose food to abstain from. I wouldn't suggest doing without water. I do drink water. Most of the time I do without the coffee in the morning too, but I absolutely do not eat anything till the sun goes down and several times past that, but it's 24-hour fast from one evening to the next evening. And, Father loves that because he knows you love him, and that's all he's wanting. That's all he's asking. If he can take care of all the people and Moses and everybody out there in the desert for 40 years, and their shoes don't wear out, their clothes don't wear out, nobody got sick. And, if he cared so much for a sparrow that did not toil or sow a seed, but yet he took care of it, how much more do you think that he loves you?
That's right.
I mean, that's the honest goodness truth about it.
Yes.
I mean, it's not a hair. He knows every hair that's on your head. So, since he knows everything about you, and the Father's not going to give you a stone if you ask for a loaf of bread. And he also says that he will not see his children beg bread. So a lot of people are freaking out right now about not having supplies. I understand that because we should have some to last. I can't see having, 2 years, 3 years, 4 or 5, and all this malarkey. People, I've had angels, literally angels. I didn't know they were angels at the time, and he showed up once with an angel. I'm telling you, he's alive and well on that throne.
That's right.
And he sent the angel to my door when my husband, when I was married, when he was laid off for 10 months. Do you have time for this story?
Yeah, I do. Yes, I do. Yeah.
All right, so here goes. This was back in 1985.
Wait.
And
Right before you say that, though, you're a key point. What you're saying, we can pray. We can pray to God, stay close to God, or even if we haven't been, and we're like, oh, we're in trouble, God, please help me. But
go to my YouTube channel, either one of them, and hunt up the prayer of agreement.
Yes.
Or just type it in on YouTube. You'll
probably
find it.
Because that's a promise. That's a promise God gives us direct.
Yes, it is. It most certainly is.
Yes.
And, he told me and directed me to do it. Told me to look up the scripture. It took me 21 hours to get it all done. And it took over an hour to recite everything on the video. It split it off. into 2 because YouTube won't let me have more than 52 minutes or something like that on a video upload. I don't know how people get 3 and 4 hours. I really don't know how they do that. But anyway, I'm only allowed 52 or 56 or something like that, some crazy stuff. But anyway, it's on both my channels, and every once in a while, every year I try to re-videotape it and put it up again so that new people out there, I've prayed over this thing and everything else to hopefully the Father would, get a bunch of people to watch it. And I don't have a clue how many have. I haven't even gone back to it myself. But when I've gotten really, really down and out during my trials, I'll go and listen to myself, listen to the scripture, listen to the prayers that are in there. Because there are prayers in there for you folks. All right? So just pray.
Wait. You, a long time ago, you led me to like a few major Psalms prayers in times of trouble. I know Psalm 119.
Oh, yeah, you talk about the prayers of protection. The
Psalm 91.
Psalm 23, Psalm 35.
Wait. Slow down. Wait. Psalm 91.
Right.
And what else?
Psalm 23.
Yeah.
And Psalm 35 or 37, I forget which.
All right.
That one is.
Yeah.
And 119 is a good one too. But
yes.
I really, really liked Psalm 91. It is, it's the one is walking through the valley of the shadow of death.
Look, God's word is living, and these Psalms, they are real, true weapons and in defense and shields in times of trouble.
Let me share just a short thing on that.
Yeah.
I know his word works.
Oh, yeah.
Because he had me clinging to one of the passages in the Psalm 91 where it says, "It shall not come nigh my dwelling."
Yes.
All right? I hung on to that the entire 13 years that I was battling J.P. Morgan Chase and hanging on to my house. I mean, people, I had gone out. I put the war, I'm part Native American, or forget the American part. I'm Native. I'm indigenous, Cherokee. And I put up the Cherokee flag on my big picture window, and I put all the war signals on there, all of the signs and symbols of the war, because it come down to, you come at me to try to throw this old lady, disabled woman out of her house, you got a fight on your hands. And I absolutely called the sheriff's department, because the sheriff is supposed to be the last line of defense between the bad people and the government and us. All right. So when they ended up telling me, and that he worded it in such an odd way, I thought, but I don't know about that man. I don't think he's a good man. And I do believe him to be a traitor. His actions has proved it time and time again. So when I called him up on the phone, or called the sheriff's department up, and I know that I talked to him personally at one time or another, I said, "Are you seriously thinking that you're going to come down here and oust me of living in my house?" At that time, I think it was 38 years, and oust me from my house. He said, "If we get a legal," and that's what he called it, a legal or something paper from the court, yes, we will. And I immediately responded back, and I said, "Bring your bullets, boys." And because I'm hearing impaired as well, I had pulled the phone away from my ear, and because I have to talk on speakerphone for me to hear you, and I hung the phone up. And when I uploaded that video of that conversation up on my YouTube channels, I heard him say then, and only then, was that, "Well, I take that as a threat." Well, see, I didn't hear that when I had pulled the phone away from my ear. And so when I heard that, I called him up again. I said, hold up. I didn't threaten you not one iota, but you have threatened me with your terrorizing me that you're going to come and kick me out of my house. I said, I'm telling you, prepare yourself, because me and the Lord, or whatever I said, we ain't walking out this damn door. You know, it's not happening. You'll have to kill me to steal it. And that's what I said, and that's what I meant. So for 50 or 60 days, I kept going out on my front porch. I was staying home, okay? I was not venturing off my property for fear that they were going to take over my home while I'm gone at the store or doing something, all right? So I put signs and did a countdown on it, because they sold, or they had my house up for sale 4 times. 3 times they canceled it, 4th time they sold it, and it was hilarious, because the 4th time they sold it, JP Morgan Chase was the one that bought it.
Oh, that's too much. No.
And they bought it because they knew that they were going against freaking laws, the real, you know, the stuff they're supposed to back. So I just sat here and laughed. And the Father will turn it around, people. He will always give us a way out the back door, you know, and he used a family member of mine that was stalking me for 7 years on the internet, on YouTube, and ended up using them. This is funny now. Listen up.
I am listening up.
Well, he ended up going to the sale, and all he didn't show the transaction, but I heard them, the auctioneer, call out my property address, and ended up saying immediately when he called it out, it's like, what did they do? Raise their hand, and that was all she wrote? And they hollered out, sold. And
wow.
So he makes the video and says the plaintiff bought the house. So I knew he meant that JP Morgan Chase bought the house. I sit here laughing. I mean, I was absolutely laughing at this entire thing, because I knew what they were doing. But see, they had coerced, RICO racketeered, malfeasance, misprision, collusion, coercion, all this stuff with the city and county tax offices, and conjured up a $487 tax bill. And they did it back in 2012, the end of 2012 or 2013. I think it was 2012, when their case against me, or the all caps name that is, was dismissed for lack of their prosecution. And the judge, the crooked judge, gave them a 30-day warning order that if they didn't proceed with the case, that he was going to dismiss the case off the court record. Well, after that 30 days passed, they didn't proceed. And he gave them another 30 days, okay? Every judge across this nation gets a kickback on the EBT card. So if a judge, and that's the food stamp card, if the judge ends up having 1 cent,
that's a food stamp card.
Already.
EBT. They got to disguise it. You just made me realize they disguise the food stamp card with EBT. Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, they're all crooked as the day is long. Wait a minute. Let me answer a question. Anonymous Informer is spelled Torah. All right. So they ended up conjuring up this bill, and because they had to have new evidence to come back at me. They did not proceed at that time. He dismissed the case for lack of prosecution in 2012. Well, then here comes 2013. They proceeded with the case. I'm thinking to myself, how in the hey did they do that? Because they'd have had to have new evidence to proceed with the case. but I wasn't given any new evidence. So then you fast forward for 2 years later up into September, October, whatever of 2015. Well, then I get a letter in the mail from J.P. Morgan saying, "Hey, we paid a tax bill on your behalf for $487, and if you don't pay it or pay us back, we're going to foreclose on your house." Now, I'm still in litigation on this case that they had begun. I'm sitting here laughing at the letter, thinking, what the hey is with you people? Does your left hand not know what the right hand's doing? You're already in a foreclosure, and I never had a contract with these people. I never had J.P. Morgan Chase as my bank. All right? So this can happen to anyone out there. They will pursue it, and they will steal your house.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I know how to stop that crap.
Yeah.
So anyhow, now, even though it was 13 years of my life, so they ended up paying this tax bill. So I get on the phone and I call the tax office, county and city. I said, "Hey, what's with this tax bill?" And she ended up saying, "Well, you still live at your address, right?" Of course, she called it out. I said, "Yes, most certainly I do." And then she goes and makes a fatal comment and said, "Well, then you got the bill." I said, "Oh, hold up here, honey. You're going a little too fast." I said, "Do you have a bona fide accusatory instrument by which you can make that statement as a fact?" And she goes, "Huh?" I said, "Do you have my John Henry to prove that I received that bill that you're sitting here so adamantly saying that I received it?" She says, "No." I said, "Okay, look." I told her.
I thought it was John
I'm doing a federal
Hancock.
case right now. Huh?
I thought it was John Hancock. That's okay. Oh, I should not. I thought it was John Hancock. What we call like the signature. Never mind.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. So, where was I now?
I should have said that. No,
she wanted to,
you asked her.
It was about the bona fide accusatory instrument.
Yes.
And so I told her, I said, "Look, I said, I'm filing a tort right now in the federal court of law," which I thought was a federal court of law back then when it's not. But anyway, that's what I was flapping.
Yeah.
And I said, and now that I've got your first and last name and your clerk's first and last name, I'm going to add you folks to the daggone tort for collusion and coercion, RICO racketeering, et cetera, unless you exonerate the bill. She says, "Huh?" Again. I said, "That means make it disappear, honey." She said, "Well," and it was closing time, it was right at 4 o'clock. She said, "Well, I'll have to call the Capitol and find out about that and call you tomorrow." I said, "Okay, that's fine." I said, because I told her, I said, this is going to go one of two ways. Either you make it go away, or you're going to be named in a federal lawsuit, you and your clerk. And so she called me the next day. She said, "It's been exonerated."
Okay, wait.
Said, "Well, lucky you."
Wait. But what you're sharing, it's because you knew, you learned the real law behind it, the in-betweens of the deceit of what we think is law.
Yeah,
yeah.
And it's not law, it's statutes and regulations. And they are bound by their public office to abide by those. Otherwise, they can be sued for being Class D felons because, these clerks, they're more powerful than a judge, you see. They make about $400 to $600. Well, no, let me take that back. That's their bond money that I looked up. They carry, or at least the one that I had investigated by a private investigator. This one has a $400,000 or $600,000 bond, or that's their income.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've done
no, but you could like put that as an average. Well, or could try to.
I think the issue was $400,000 or $600,000, and I turned in a claim against her bond with the bond company, which nonetheless happens to be my workers' comp insurance company. I mean, it's a small world after all, folks. I swear to you, this I could not have dreamt that one up. When I found out it was Liberty Mutual, I thought, oh dear Lord in heaven, oh my gosh. But anyway, she exonerated the bill, and then she goes and tells me, she said, I have to send you this money. I said, oh, hold up here. I said, I did not pay the money. You send it back to the jack-off at J.P. Morgan Chase, and please do me a favor and attach a note and stick it. Tell them to stick it as far up their backside as they can possibly get it. I said personally to Jamie Dimon himself. And she says, I can't do that. Now, I knew why she couldn't do and send the money back to them. Okay, because I had no contract with J.P. Morgan. And so when they paid that money, which was a bogus, dreamt up tax bill to begin with, because I've lived here now 43, 44 years, I have never in all those years ever gotten a bill for taxes over $100 a year. Because you see, and then past that, when I signed up for the exemption of being totally disabled, Kentucky does not charge property taxes to disabled people. So, and I signed up for that back in 1985. So I said, well, when I got done with all this, I let them know when I sent that refund to them. And because she said, I have to send it to you. And I wanted it on the audio file. I said, pray tell, why not? Why do you have to send it to me? Because I wanted ironclad evidence as to why. She said, because you're the only title deed holder. And I said, yep, you betcha. I said, J.P. Morgan Chase is not on my deed. I said, go ahead and send it, sweetheart. So she did. And then I took out just enough to send it FedEx. And I wish to gosh I'd have sent it through the USPS, or not the USPS, but the United States Post Office, not the United States Post Service. There's a difference. Y'all got to look it up.
Wait.
Anyway,
That's key. Wait, just expound quickly, if you could.
You have the United States Post Office, all right, and then you have the United States Postal Service, which is a corporation. It is not the United States Post Office, even though there's two entities in one. All right, you can still, if you're using the post office, you can still send envelopes through the mail at 2 cents. Okay? Not this 43 or whatever it is now. You can send registered mail and the certified return receipt requested for nothing. Okay? So, but you got to know the codes of the Postal Service, or Post Office rather, to do this stuff.
It's just funny
Well,
that the post office is like a key, weird, glitchy thing.
yeah, and the original one, which I think is up in Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, still flies the peace flag of the United States of America. And when I say that, I'm talking about the small letters of United, then capital S, lowercase TATES, of in the lowercase, and then America, capital A, and then lowercase the rest of it. So, they have convoluted so much in this country, it would blow your mind. I mean, we could sit for hours talking about, and we probably have, with what I know about this stuff. But back to this girl, she sent it to me. She sent the money. I took out just enough to send it back to them. And I attached that note that I said for her to do it, but of her, I was being nice in my language, but with them, oh no, I had some more colorful words and sent it back to them by registered mail, you know. And then I called Stephanie McGuire up one afternoon, and after I called her up to tell her what the father, you know, had divulged, and that Jamie Dimon had admitted to the world employees that he did in fact have cancer, throat cancer, and so she took a sabbatical or whatever after she got that news from me, because I asked her yet again in 2015 the same question I told her in 2003. I said, only this time, I said, are you sitting down? And then I said, do you have your appointment book in front of you? And she said, yes, I do. I said, do you remember the conversation we had in 2003 when I told you that the father told me that Jamie Dimon was going to develop cancer? Now, the father didn't tell me what kind, okay? He just told me he was going to develop cancer and that it was going to eat his head off. And she said, yes, I do. Now, this is all, I mean, it's all on my YouTube channels, unless YouTube took it down. But, yeah, it was on there for years. And she said, yes, I do. So now I have confirmation yet again for what I told her in 2003 in 2015. I said, well, I'm here to tell you, I just ran a story that I have yet to upload on my channel that he has told his employees around the world that he has indeed developed throat cancer. Now, I said, let me tell you something, Stephanie McGuire, that I told you in 2003. There are only two roads in this life to walk, the good one or the bad one. I said, do you recall me telling you that? She said, yes, I do. And then she said, you do? There was a big pause, you know, when I said that to her. She said, you understand that I'm doing what my client wants, right? It's almost like she's bowing down to me, you know? And I said, let me reiterate what I just said. There's two roads in this life to walk, Stephanie McGuire. And you have willfully chosen to walk down the wrong one. And I said, I'm going to one day come for you. Do you understand what I'm telling you? I said, the day of reckoning is coming at you. Because the day will come that this case will be adjudicated, and then my gears are being switched to come for you and your law firm and Jamie Dimon and J.P. Morgan Chase and everybody in my town who has played a party to Cohere's Rico Racketeer and every other filthy thing that you have done and thrown at me and stole 13 years of my life. I said, because you're going to be sitting behind bars for a one hell of a long time. I said, for some starters that I told you, I said 18 USC 241, 18 USC 242. I said, just those two right there on one count is going to put you behind bars for nearly 20 years.
Now, wait. Honey, 18 USC 241. Conspiracy to go against people's rights. Something to that effect.
Well, it's a conspiracy, more or less, and to synopsize it, it's a conspiracy to prevent somebody from living their life.
Yeah.
And then you have the 242 as well, and then you have 42 USC 1983. But they had broken the banking laws and yada, yada, yada. So when all this came about, I was filing the tort that I had talked to the county clerk or whoever it was I talked to, the tax office, and I told Stephanie McGuire that I was doing the tort at the moment that we were talking on the phone at another conversation. She immediately said, send it to me. And I laughed at her. I said, it's not complete, Stephanie McGuire. I'll have it done later today. And I said, she interrupted me. She wanted it then. Because, see, she knew and she looked into the fact of what I told her the father told me. See, she disappeared for 2 weeks. And I had calls to call her because the case was still in litigation. And I couldn't reach her. They said, she's not here. I said, look, this case is still in litigation. I don't give a daggone where she's at. You get a hold of her and you tell her to call me. There's a week yet to go before this case is up in court. All right? Before the judge. You tell her to call me. And she did call me that same day, but she had her number blocked or something. She didn't call me from work, from office. So, anyhow, she ended up begging me to send her what I had just was working on. And I went ahead and sent her the partial thing, which were 14 or 15 counts of federal laws and everything. This is after the father woke me up and told me about common law. So I devised the letter that I was letting her know, I'm coming for you, you know, and she, within the week or less that she got that paperwork of the tort, she ended up filing her motion to vacate the case against me.
Yeah. Listen.
And then 3 days after their court date, which was November 15th of 2015, then I received the paperwork in the mail. But I called the court to tell the court I wasn't going to be there. All right? I wasn't putting myself out to go before their evil court, and they needed to have a phone conference with me because I had no way to haul a 410-pound wheelchair, all right? So I was letting the court know a week or 2 weeks ahead, whatever, that I wasn't going to be there. But I did want to be a party to the case because I had something I wanted to say. So I called the court, talked to the clerk. She said, hold on, I'll see if he's still here. And he was. She come back. She said, he will call you in the morning at 8 o'clock. So to show their authority, their evil actions against we the people, first thing he said, I was sitting there with my cup of coffee and waiting for the phone call. He calls 8 o'clock sharp. He said and commenced chewing my butt out. I am not going to deal with hollering and screaming and cussing and blah, 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 blah. I said, excuse me, Your Honor. I have always conducted myself in a business manner before the court. I have never cussed you out. But see, they watch my videos on YouTube. And when I'm off the phone with them, I'll call them an asshole or whatever, you know. And
dumbass.
that's where they're getting
that's right. Dumbass. Well, yeah.
Yeah, or evildoer, or, you know, Class D felon, which is what they are. Because they
that's their worst swear word that you call them, you know, the legal.
Yeah. Right. So, he got done saying his thing, and I said my thing, and I said, look, I wanted to be a party of this hearing for one purpose, and one purpose only, for an objection to the terminology of J.P. Morgan Chase's word of contract, when for 13 years on my motions to produce the bona fide accusatory instrument by which they could seek justice in a court of law. Well, see, they're not a court of law. They're a court of statutes. But I didn't know that or had that figured out in 2015. So that's the terminology that I used. And I said, you know, and then he said in rebuttal to that, he said, well, normally when someone wins their case, talking about me, they don't say anymore. I said, Your Honor, let us show honor for the record. Now, see, that's something you got to say if you ever find yourself up there, because they are not courts of record. And they don't always record, or they'll erase the recordings. They'll do any damn thing they want to do. But if you say, see, that's why they don't want you going up in their court with a tape recorder to record what you want to do. I mean, I did that years ago when I filed against a judge for his going against the ADA, which is the American Disability Act, and refused to allow me hearing impairment assistance. And I filed a complaint against him with the federal government. And I had a case against the hospital here in Owensboro for burning me in their Whirlpool tub, first and second degree burns on my leg from the knee down, which caused a whole lot of problems because of my RA, and I don't heal fast, and or I didn't then because I was on oh jeez, I can't even think of the daggone name of that shot. Embro shot.
Yeah. Look. In general, sounds like court don't mind even like give away and grant somebody that they want to fight, like, oh, you won the case and we're going to grant you reparations. They don't want people exposing the bigger picture. That's their bigger.
No, but anyway, they folded. I had my deed, and that was that. So then I turned around and called Stephanie McGuire up, and I called her here a few months ago. Last month I think it was. I called her up. I said, "Hey, I don't want you to think I forgot you."
Yeah.
I said, "I'm coming for you." I said, "I've already got a private investigator on your ass." I said, "Now I already, he'd be investigating your private property and all that." And she flipped off at me and said, "I don't have any." I said, "Well, honey," and then she hung up on me. So I called her, I left her a message. I said, "Let me tell you something, Stephanie McGuire." I said, "You are on the wrong road, sweetheart." I said, "It doesn't matter a daggone whether you have a car, whether you have a house. When this commercial lien lands in your daggone lap with the frickin' Continental Marshals and or the military, okay, that comes to deliver it to you," I said, "you are going to wish you were dead, because everything that you make is going to be put off to the side and given to me. Everything. Every dime you make. You're not going to have money for your rent or gas for that car or anything until you settle with me. Do you understand the volume, the depth, and the breadth of what's coming at you yet?" I said, "Because, honey, the freight train's on its way." And so, see, because of my doing that, I couldn't deal with Liberty Mutual and their ills that they've done to me for decades, but they're on the front burner right now. And then I'll go back to them, because you see, there is no statute of limitations when their fraud has been committed.
Now listen.
I told her, wait a minute, let me finish this thought.
Yeah.
I told her, I said, every envelope that J.P. Morgan Chase, and I got verification for the post office, every envelope of them sending, trying to extort money from me, is about 20 years in the federal penitentiary. That they sent me for 13 years. All right? 13 years they sent me those envelopes trying to extort and intimidate and threaten me, etc., etc. Every one of those is mail fraud. Every one of those will be dealt with the federal government on the banking, on the attorneys, that were involved, and there's a group of them. Hell, I got tired of typing their names. More than 250, okay? Because they're spread out across the United States, and all of them reaped from what was being done to me. And every daggone one of them are going to be held accountable for it. So, yeah.
Listen, I got to say this. Your story, your personal story, and where you spread it out to where when you had trouble with workers' comp,
Yeah.
you helped yourself, and you had to first, and then you spread that out to help all your fellow people in Kentucky, and for free. What your story is, a lot of people will listen to your testimony, and they might think that like you're just trying to like get one, or I don't know, just like, oh, I want to figure out how to like work the system. And okay, I'm just guessing, my guess, about 7% of people listening can understand where you're coming from fully. Because
yeah, but I guarantee you, probably 80% of them's already been through it themselves.
Yeah,
Think of all the masses of millions of people that have lost their homes.
Oh yeah.
Because you have attorneys that are all part of the court system. Even though you're hiring them and you're paying them, their first allegiance is to the court. Okay? So you're paying a shyster to do your talking for you, yet he's not, his allegiance is not with you. It's with the court.
Yeah.
Because he's going to get his daggone money either way it flips.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So they're going to do whatever they're going to do, you know, and there's some pocket money, I guess, handed under the table to the judge or whatever, okay? They're all crooks.
I want people to understand, as you're giving your story, you're not talking just for yourself. You're talking about what the system does against we, the people, and remedies for that. And you've learned it the hard way.
You bet.
Over a long time. Yeah.
Yeah, this has been my life. And, you know, I've had people accuse me, oh, you're just a victim, you know. Well, I am here to tell you. I have been. I most certainly have been. But the Father says that his children will be the victory, or have the victory. Father says that everything that the evil one has stolen from us will be given back to us, replenished back. Okay? He says that he is our shield and our buckler. He is our high tower. And what we ask of him, he will do if we do it through Yeshua, his precious son.
Listen.
And I believe all this.
I think like 90% of people have at some point been feeling like they've been attacked by a higher force, call it government, call it whatever, and they feel they got no recourse. And they might have even put it out of their mind that it was an attack against them. And
well, see, that's when the blood, their blood, people that have committed suicide over the stress of it all. I'm very strong-minded. I'm not saying that I don't cry at times. I do. I'm, you know, a living flesh soul. And I do have emotions. Father gave them to us. I do have feelings. I do have anger, but it's righteous anger. Okay, there's a difference. And, yes, he built me strong. It took me years to acquire the knowledge that I have, and I give it freely to help others in their path. And the government, in my eyes, and what I've experienced is nothing short of evil. And that's it. It's out to get you. That's how they operate. And all these sweet words that President Trump is handing out, doling out, is the golden worm on the hook to draw you in and take it. You know?
Listen.
Because they're all sworn liars. They're all foreign entities, you see.
Yes.
They're not Americans. They gave up their citizenship in this country. I've got the paperwork on it, girl. And they cannot be in office, in public office, without having signed the paperwork. And see, I have asked the county attorney and the judges and everybody in this town for their daggone sworn foreign statement. And I've not gotten a one. So what's that tell you? Because they know, I already know that they are. I just wanted a copy of theirs. And they're supposed to forthright give it to you. I've also asked them for their bond. Well, when I had that private investigator working for me, he ended up finding out a whole lot of stuff on this county attorney. I got his social security number. I got his middle name. I got his family's name, his members of his family. I have cell phone numbers. I got Beck, the one up there that's run my life from workers' comp for 30 plus years.
Yep.
I called his children. Of course, they're not little children no more. They're all full-fledged adults. I said, you got a son of a bitch for a daddy. I said, keep this woman hemmed up in her house for decades and decades because he can't supply what the court ordered him to do, keeping me a prisoner in my home. I mean, they've stolen my life for 30 plus years, you know? So,
now,
yeah, well.
One of the commenters said they gave like a few thousand CAD, not sure what that is, family court case. Next morning, the lawyer did not show up.
Oh, that's typical. Yeah. They gave several thousand to the attorney?
Yes. Well, CAD.
And then the attorney didn't show? Well, you file a complaint with the Bar Association. Okay? You can sue them for misrepresentation. There is a slush fund across this country for attorneys, that all attorneys that are signed into the bar, which is the British Accredited Register, that's what bar stands for, that they have to pay into or else they don't get to practice the law, the statutes, all right? So they pay into the slush fund, so-called slush fund, that's what I call it, for any damages that they do their clients, whereby you can file a case against the attorney and do recovery on what, has been done. But they can be disbarred for you paying them and them not come to court.
Well, wait.
And they didn't send a representative in their place.
Well,
before the court?
This is Canada, though. I just found out Canada. Canadian funds.
Oh.
They gave Canadian funds. Yeah. But British.
I can't comment on Canada law.
Yeah.
I don't know about them.
Well, we don't so like we don't.
A lot of theirs are like ours. I mean,
yes.
Canada is
yes.
a colony of England.
Yep.
So, it could be the same. I don't know, I haven't a clue. But I do know it's British law that's being operated up there.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
Anywho.
Oh, look, we were we weren't going to get into law this time, but we did. But one last thing, school again. We got to go back to school again for a moment, because,
no, you don't want to go to school.
All right, yeah.
Do not want to go to school.
Okay, so what if? Okay. How about just on just a basic level, the parents are like, I can't. Okay, before a few months ago, there were a lot of parents like, I can't homeschool my kids because they couldn't even imagine it, right? But they got forced into it because their kids were pulled out in March or April.
Okay, let me give them a solution for this problem.
Yeah.
Now, my children are all grown, and I've got grandchildren that's got grandchildren, so I've got a great-granddaughter. But my grandchildren are all adults now. But if I had children now, I would not be sending them to public school. But if you get with other parents, you need to build you a network, people.
Yeah. Oh. Wait.
The other parents. Teaching a child is not a hard thing to do. They don't have to have the indoctrinated criteria of what your school is teaching them because it's all communism. It comes from Vietnam era. I know this. I lived through this. My children's been through this. I went to court. I got charged and had a trial. And of course, I was found not guilty, but it did not keep the evil ones. I mean, I'm here to tell you, I got some stories, girlfriend.
Oh, wait.
And,
you ain't kidding.
This is
wait.
BS.
We got it. Like the next chat, we got to start out with your story that you told me the other day. That like you get, forget your school story. But yes, and like just like we were talking about networking to get news together, cannot a neighborhood network to teach children. You don't got to have the school.
Right.
Wait. Do you want to know the average? Wait. Average that I found out. Well, DC, probably high average, $27,000 per student per year, tax dollar to fund schooling. And then a lot of places, 10 to 20,000 per student. Do parents understand what they can do taking that money and using 1/10 of it?
No. They won't be getting that money.
No. What I'm saying, if they're using 10 to 20,000 per student per year to teach them, what could a small neighborhood do of like 5 families getting together?
Well, first off, okay, back up. They're not spending $27,000 a year to teach those students. Okay, that's a farce. That's an absolute lie. They get a few books through the year, or they're forced to share the daggone book, or they're on a computer. Okay, they're not, likely not even reading a daggone book at school.
Wow. Okay. Wait. The people's money is being stolen for that live purpose. Yeah.
Exactly. But the people are not going to have access to the money that they are paying to the schools. All right? And you know how the government, good golly molly, they pay $400 for a roll of tissue paper. Do you think that this is all out of QV Trust. It has your child's name on it. But you're not going to have access to that money. So it's either the parents wake up, they build their network amongst themselves, and they do the homeschooling, and the parents can, not all, let's say, you got one parent 1 week doing the class, all right? And forget the homework bullshit, all right? Children need to be children and play. There is such a thing called common sense, all right? A child is going to learn more in life, living life, going on field trips, All right.
Right.
So, but ability to think, to dream, to create. All right. That's what they do. They beat it out of a child, and okay, everybody line up, go down to the lunch hall. You know, why is that? Why has everybody got to learn to file and walk in line? Why can't they just walk as a group or hold hands with their little girlfriend or something and walk down to the lunchroom? Why does everything have to be orderly? And it's like, okay, we got little tin soldiers here. You know? Why can't they just walk down the damn hallway without being told what to do? They know where the lunchroom's at, so why can't they just walk to it? You know? Everybody knows where to go. And
Compliance.
If a child is sitting at their desk,
Compliance. Good workers.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they're teaching them. Socialism, fascism, Nazism, dictatorship.
Yep.
You
That's
do
right.
what I say because I'm bigger than you. I'm your superior. And if I tell you to jump, you're supposed to ask me how high. If I say that crayon's red and you say no, it's blue, who do you think's going to win out? Because I'll embarrass the hell out of you in front of your classmates.
Right.
They browbeat them, they embarrass them, anything to break the mind and the spirit.
Yeah.
That's what's happening.
That's the world. That's the world, and God warned us. And guess what? Governor of Maine, I just found out somebody gave a report. I forget her name. Zune Political. Governor of Maine wants restaurant workers, instead of them wearing plastic face shields, they need to start wearing dog cones. You know the cones they put on dogs for so they don't.
Oh my God!
Yep.
Are you kidding me?
Nope. They put.
What's the purpose?
Well. You know the plaque. Wait.
Me, man. Why are they wanting cones on people?
Well, listen. They already conditioned us with plexiglass at the counters. You stand at the counter and there's like a 5 by 10 piece of plexiglass that's going to stop a virus. Scientific. Okay, really? Okay, but beyond that, well, if you're not wearing your mask, if you're wearing a plastic shield, if you're wearing a plastic shield, you're breathing downward. So if you get a plastic cone, megaphone around your neck, Elizabethan collar for the dogs.
Oh my God, this is insanity.
So dog collar for restaurant workers in Maine by the governor, because as we've been talking about for months, governors and guidance and mandates and executive orders, gift of emergency declaration, your martial law, whatever. Every governor, they can make these mandates.
Ice cream. Yeah.
So yeah, Governor of Maine.
I'm surprised that nobody has shot these.
Well, no, this just came out yesterday. Nobody got shot yet. This just came out yesterday.
I'm sorry.
That just came out yesterday from the governor of Maine. Every governor.
I got to call that guy. The governor of Maine brought out those collars around people.
It's a female. Yep. A female dog collar. I'll send you the link. A female governor of Maine. She wants the restaurant workers to wear the plexiglass inverted megaphone dog collar from their neck
Anybody
up.
wore one yet?
Yeah,
I mean, I know there's a lot of sheep out there. Has anybody got one on them yet?
I don't know. And I'm not. I want to laugh, but I don't. Listen.
Oh my God.
Listen. When I was driving on my throughway, our local, my city of Buffalo, we don't have a professional baseball team. We're like the under full professional, whatever. The Bisons, Buffalo Bisons. We decided to rent out our stadium to the Toronto Blue Jays. And I swear to Pete, and I heard that they were using empty stadiums, like we're gonna let sports go on, but no spectators, no, not allowed. But we'll put I hate to say, I don't know how to say this. What do they call it? Cardboard cutouts of people and put them in the stadiums for the players. Now wait. Follow me on this. So, not just in my stadium, our stadium, but I think in many, they put cardboard cutouts of people in the stadium for the players that are playing with nobody watching them except like Fauci with his mask on or off, and then canned cheering and clapping. When I went by on the Thruway tonight, I swear that my little local Buffalo Bills, not Buffalo Bills, Buffalo stadium that is not professional, but can be set up for a professional team. We're we're right near the Canadian border, the Toronto Blue Jays to come and use it. The lights were all on when I drove by. My sight is not really great, but I swear I saw 80% of the seats with non-moving, look like people sitting there, but not moving. So I knew it was off. So in other words, I think they filled it with cardboard cutouts of people for like 90% of the stadium. And if that's true, if we really wrap our minds around that, I don't know what to say about it. It's creepy.
This is absolute insanity.
Yeah. It's bizarre, satanic, crazy, Twilight Zone, and funny in a way. It's fun. It's Saturday Night Live stuff. It's beyond the pale, because what sort of world are we like? Okay, so then if it's true, what I saw, I gotta go by it tomorrow and see. I'm gonna find a way to go in around that stadium and see if they got like 90% of the stadium filled.
Take a video.
Yes, if that is so, okay, we are in a world where, okay, so then you got Elon Musk, Bill Gates, Marina Abramovich. Let's do virtual reality glasses, and then you can simulate child sacrifice and bloodletting, like in a virtual way. Whatever commercial he tried to do recently, Bill Gates, the guy who's got his hands in everything, Lab Meat, Elon Musk, Neuralink, Common Core, Planned Parenthood, eugenics, killing children with vaccines, all that stuff, and he's running around free. Is he a free man? I think he is.
Yeah.
But beyond that, you talk about madness.
Well, I gotta tell you something if I hadn't already told you. Did you know there is a $10 million bounty out on Bill Gates from Africa?
There should not. I did not know that. but I'm not
Yeah,
surprised.
somebody sent me word about it, and I haven't looked it up. I haven't had time. But yeah, there ought to be one on all of them.
You know what? You're right. Now, Gates is
desktop model of a computer. I mean, it was a dinosaur. And it was the first computer I ever had, and it was huge. But every time I sat down to study what I thought was law, and it was actually statutes of the workers' comp, I would pray before I began, and I still do that to this day. But I would pray to the Father to open my mind, keep my mind straight and true, and let me absorb and write it upon my heart, my mind. Help me to attain the knowledge that I need to do the job. And then I would open my eyes. Of course, I'd say that to the name of Yeshua. Back then, of course, I called him Jesus. And I would do it. And then now, these many years later, you know, I have the answers to it all. Not too many people have that, girlfriend. You know? You awake or did you go to sleep?
No, I hear you.
Molly.
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm
Well,
here.
I think everybody went to bed on the
No, you know what?
internet.
You know what I just realized 2 minutes ago, right after I read John? Oh, I'm so mad. I muted. I had the microphone muted, probably because of background noise. But it was John 14:11. Believe me that I am in the Father, and the Father in me, or else believe me for the very work's sake. Verily, verily, I say unto you, he that believeth on me, the works that I do, shall he do also. And greater works than these shall he do, because I go unto the Father. Yeah. And that, yeah. But yeah, and it was right after that. I was like, oh, we're muted. And I am muted. And so, so I don't know even how long it was muted. And so much for our short chat. But no.
Yeah.
Oh my.
We can't ever talk short. That's been our goal, but it never happened.
I know. I know it. Well,
we covered too many topics, girlfriend.
It's too hard to, especially now. Okay, we were supposed to.
On here with us.
Here's my list. I don't know, but I'm reading off the list. We'll do it right tomorrow. Food security, school danger, bioweapons, co-opting, networking for like YouTube channels.
School and also for YouTubers, the truthers.
Yes. And then Apoject, the biometric vax plan, and then Gavi.
Yeah, daggone it. When we had everybody in here, we should end up bringing up the fact of wait a minute, Borax. Should have brought that up.
I know. We'll have to do that. We'll have to do that tomorrow. I'm telling you, it's rough. And then, okay, Gavi in the millions and billions of dollars. And then in the law. Well, okay. And with right now, everybody's distracted with, now like it's the Trump doing speeches and Joe Biden or whatever. Totally trying to distract us.
Not the candy and the children and being we the people out there clapping their hands. I watched the entire thing earlier today or yesterday. Now that it's 3:00 in the morning, but I watched the entire speech. I had a few things I had wrong about it. You know, to include that emblem he had on the front of that podium.
Yeah, wait, say that. Explain that. Say that what you saw.
Well, the seal used to say, back when I was growing up, it used to say President of the United States of America. the one that was up there night before last, which I seen yesterday during the day, but it was done at night, was the seal ended up saying President of the United States. Now, the United States, in all capital letters, is the corporation United States. It is not the United States of America. Okay? So, yeah, that's just mucked up. Muck. That's horrible, man.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yes, it is.
Because he's up there portraying himself as for the people, okay? And he's not. He's up there as a corporate president over a corporation called the United States. And y'all can look it up in Black's 5th edition law book dictionary. It'll tell you United States is a corporation, and that's what he's flying last night. Now, what amazed me, however, was all those flags he had up there on that stage. They didn't have the gold fringe hanging on. And you know, these gold fringe flags they got flying in the courtrooms across the nation, they should not be flying those flags.
No.
Those are celebrity. Those are for the president and the president only. Okay? That's it. With them flying them, that's maritime admiralty law. And that's what we got flying across this country. But that's a wartime flag. It is not the peacetime flag. Of course, we've been under war ever since Lincoln was in office, you know?
Wait. Are you talking about the original? Okay. People know, like some people, a lot of people know about the gold fringe flag. But
yeah,
even the non-gold fringe flag, that's still the military flag.
No non-gold fringe flag. You have the fringed flag with the gold around it, or you have the American flag without it.
But the original flag is what is it? Vertical.
Our original flag did not have the gold fringe around it.
No. Even say you're looking at the flag without the gold fringe. It's still not the original flag. Isn't it supposed to be the reverse of the blue and the white? Wait. The stars and the background, the blue and the white. What is it?
On the flag, the war flag, yes, this is actually a British flag, if you want to know the truth of it. Let's get into the deep part. All right, there are several flags of this nation, you know, but the two that are on the top of it all is the one that's flying across this country, which is a war flag. The actual flag, peacetime flag, that is still and always will fly, I presume, I hope, is over the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania post office. The original post office still flies the nation's peacetime flag. And the stripes don't run out at the end like that does. If the flag was standing out, spread out, the stripes go down. They're up and down, not sideways like you see the red, white, blue. And the stars are blue on a, hold on, I got to go look at it. I forgot how, I've got it flag over there. I don't want to open it up to look at it though.
I know it's just a reverse of blue and white.
No, there's more to it than that.
Oh, and then the vertical, horizontal. I believe. But so yeah, it's a double. It's a double. What do they call it? Double.
Let me click on a story here from where I get my legal stories from. because it'll show the flag, and I'll give it to you. Here's one. Okay. I've showed it many times. I've showed the flag that I have.
Well, the point is the flag we see.
All right, here it is.
All right.
The background of where the stars are on the red, white, blue.
Yeah.
What they call the red, white, blue. The background is white. On the peacetime flag, you have a white background with blue stars on it, and the red and white stripes are running up and down across the flag. Not sideways from the left side of the flag to the right side, okay? And it only has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 stripes running up and down. And a white background with blue stars, navy blue stars.
Yeah, yeah. So even the non-gold fringe flag, the flag that the kids pledge allegiance to all along, has been a lie.
What about it?
It's been a lie, or it's not been.
No. It's they're both, I guess a lie because they're British flags. We are a colony, you see. We're not separated from England. That was a farce. We have never broken free of England. When they started the 13 colonies, and then they joined the other states as they were created, it's just a big freaking colony. And like Graham Greene and indigenous natives ended up saying, hey, how's it feel to be on a reservation? Because that's all it is, We have never broken free of England. That was a bullshit indoctrination story right there.
Okay, somebody in the comments. Somebody in the comments. I have a coworker. Listen.
Wait a minute, I'm not there yet. I'm still stuck over here. Gotta find you. Okay, now what about it?
Okay.
I have a co-worker who recently went through surgery for cancer, but I guess because it got postponed because of the March lockdown, it spread worse. So now he has to get radiation therapy for weeks. Well, seeing how they infringed on his right to medical care, I would end up probably and likely suing the hospital, the doctors, the president, all of the politicians in your state or his state for having now put his life at further risk, because that is should not have been viewed as an elective surgery, or to have been postponed because of the TV, That's BS.
Yes. But I got to tell you, we have many, many deaths. You can call it democide, even murder, that were so-called definitely elective, that were like time sensitive. Somebody needs heart surgery. Well, if it's not the virus, we're not going to do that right now in March. And then they die. Yeah. Okay, really?
Well, putting these people off, that's bull.
Yep.
It's not an elective surgery if you have a major health issue, and cancer is considered one of those. I have a friend or an acquaintance, but I consider him a friend on the Arizona California border that needed back surgery, and he's losing the use of his legs. I think they'll fall out from under him or something. Well, that right there, I've had that happen to me. That is a nerve damage that's being pinched, and if left untreated, that could end up paralyzing him. and it can end up he could lose the use of his legs permanently.
Well, look.
And if that nerve severed by any rubbing or pressure from the vertebra or whatever it is that's pushing on the nerve, he's going to have a permanent disability.
You know what?
That type of stuff is not an elective, okay?
Even whether it's elective, which may mean that somebody needs soon immediate attention, or I could wait a year, and or non-elective. Both types of care have been forbidden, or I'm not using the right word, under this denied. Yeah. That's called democide when it's large scale.
And that's called medical neglect.
Yep.
You know.
And that happened. That's already happened. In New York alone. Sick people, known sick people, were sent to nursing homes to recoup instead of staying in hospitals or going to another place by our governor to let it spread like wildfire and kill off the elderly. They are still in lockdown. Our elders, isolated.
Well, I blame the children of these elderly.
Yes,
that
me too.
Yep.
The daggone elderly home.
That's right.
Take them out.
That's right. And or fight for that not to happen. If
apparently they don't give a crap about them, or they've done been there.
No. Today there's a lot of elders that are okay. Yes, there's a lot of children. Well, I can't take care of my parents, or this. It's inconvenient, whatever. But also, you got a large percent that now are Alzheimer's. That it will run you. That'll kill you.
Well, those people, they've already, they're already gonna get rid of them. But let's answer this individual. I gotta ask this individual, Liquid Smooth. They're saying that what this was is time sensitive. Okay, time sensitive. What? I can't wrap my brain around.
Well,
that.
In other words, they didn't have a lot of time to get.
Is that what you mean?
Yeah, they needed this. They needed the surgery, medical care, in a timely manner. Yeah.
And so now it's spread. So now he or she needs to sue for medical neglect. The hospital administrator, all the doctors involved. And it doesn't matter about the lockdown. If somebody needs medical care and they're being neglected, that's medical malpractice. And that's what they've done to this poor soul. And that's a shame, such a shame. What's their first name, if I may ask? Let me see, wait a minute. Is there a law against medical neglect? Oh, yeah. I'm trying to figure out what it bounced. I'm trying to figure out what he could sue for. He could sue for future life. I mean, this has affected his life, and it might and likely will kill him because he didn't receive quick medical care. And there's no ironclad way of knowing whether had he had the surgery or didn't have it. I don't know what kind of surgery, what kind of cancer. I don't know none of those things. These are questions that a medical professional would have to answer, and I hate to say this, I would get some estimates from some attorneys, but I wouldn't hire one. I would never, ever, 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 ever put my life in an attorney's hands. But you can glean information from them, but have your questions written down to ask those questions. All right, because some of them give free consultation to go pick their brains. Call as many of them up as you could possibly do. But hone your skills on your sentences, because they don't like dilly-dallying around. Get to the point, because that's going to be a hard one to, it's going to be hard to figure it out, because, there are so many statistics as into whatever cancer he has. Would it have prolonged his life had he had the surgery? But now that you said, I think somewhere on here, you said that because it has progressed, let me see, spread worse. Okay, so see, that's a tough one there. That's a tough call. Because is it because it stopped or postponed his surgery that it progressed from that point? Or did they discover at that point that it had progressed? You see, it's very intricate when it comes to laws, statutes, and all that.
Well, I would say in general, though, listen, in general, with cancer and cancer treatment, delays will lead to death. Or
liquid smooth. Did somebody or a doctor say that this was time sensitive, that it needed to be taken care of now? I need to know that before I can say more on it. Yes, medical neglect is medical malpractice. If his doctor ended up denying him medical care as a result of prolonging it because of CV, you betcha. That's medical malpractice. All right, let me see what else you're saying. Well, it had a chance to progress like it has, but at the maybe they didn't think it would for certain. Well, no, let me see. There's no way that they can say somebody's cancer is
I'll say this, all cancer.
Certainly progress or certainly stop. There's no way of knowing that. But I will say that there are treatments to cure cancer. I can't write that on the internet because they take the daggone video down. But let me tell you, to look into doctors that do anesthesia, that to do vitamin C intravenously. Vitamin C has been known to cure cancer. Also, look on YouTube for the baking soda cure for cancer. There used to be bukus of videos. There was one particular man that had 4th stage prostate cancer, and that was the highest degree, the worst case scenario for somebody with prostate cancer. So look up the baking soda cure. Let me see what else you're saying before I say more. I didn't think the doctor said it was time sensitive at the time. I can ask for sure at the time. Okay, when you ask this question, check your laws in your state on recordings, be it over the phone or if you're in their office. Find out if you have to tell them if you're recording or ask them if you may record the conversation, interaction, whatever. And it might be that your friend, the one that actually, concerns, whether or not he can have a conversation with his doctor and record the conversation, but if your state is not a state, see, Kentucky, we can record, and I don't have to tell anybody that I'm recording them. All right, because it's a one consensual thing. So long as you are the party that is part of the conversation, it's not like I can go up to some people talking on the street, or I'm overhearing someone talking on the phone and I'm getting one side of the conversation. No. You have to be a party of the conversation to be able to record somebody without their consent. But that is for Kentucky. Now, a lot of states do. And all you have to do is type in on your search engine on a computer, whatever your state is, to put, phone recordings for whatever, Minnesota, New York, whatever, on the laws or statutes, whatever it is in your state, and find out, or his state, and find out whether or not you can record. Do you have to tell the other party, or don't you? It's real cut and dried. It's nothing an elaborate law, lengthy 2-3 paragraph thing. It'll just tell you straight up, like a one sentence deal, whether you can or you can't, and that's essentially it. And so anyway.
I would say in general, though, cancer.
Recording. Okay, so if you do what? I'm sorry, Polly.
Well, I was just going to say, in general, cancer treatment, time is always going to be there. Delay.
Wait a minute. What do you mean time is always going to be there?
Time of treatment, timing, and delaying. There's even warnings to people. If you think you got signs of this and that, don't delay. Get to the doctor right away.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yep.
But then it's up to the doctor's prerogative whether or not he and his experience. Now, if you have a good doctor and you want the daggone thing cut out, or you want treatment now, then that's the way to go. It's your choice, not the daggone doctor's choice. If you feel, if it's causing you anxiety, unhappiness, stress, and turmoil, and all these things that go into having the big C, then the doctor should have the compassion, the medical cahoots there, whatever, to do the right thing by you. If not, find yourself another doctor as fast as you possibly can. I don't care if he's been your daggone doctor for 20 freaking years. If he has no sense of urgency, because cancer can change all the time. I've had a lot of family members, to include my dad, that had liver cancer, and he was put off by the Cincinnati, whatever that hospital is in Cincinnati, that's a big one, on kidney cancer. And it was like he went 1 month and then he got delayed, and dang, it kicked in high gear, and they had to suck out his daggone kidney. He was just going to go in and have it took out. They'd already done a little small biopsy, and that was that. But no, for the 2-3 months that it was prolonged out, he lost an entire kidney. So he went in and they liquefied it. All right. So yeah, cancer's not something you want to mess around with. But I would urge your friend. Now, I'm no doctor. This is a disclaimer. But I used to sell cancer insurance as an independent insurance agent. Had my own business for a while, and I had a partnership with my dad when I first started out. But I've read a lot of cancer stuff. I've seen a lot of pictures. I've talked to bukus of people. And I've been in contact with the American Cancer Society. I went head-to-head, toe-to-toe with those folks because my insurance, they had the best policy that was out there in the world. And that was with Lone Star Life, which is no longer Lone Star Life. It's American something or other, but no, it's not American Life. But I forget the name of it now because I didn't sell under those that color, that name, whatever. So it's hard for me to remember the name. But it was Lone Star Life back in the day when I sold, and it was the best policy in the world as far as I'm concerned. And I compared a lot of policies to it, but they stopped selling that policy. And but it was the best policy there, you know, when they sold it. And people still have that policy. I'm still getting paid on selling that policy, you know, because it was unlimited. You don't get any better than unlimited. When I say unlimited, this policy flew your butt to one of the best damn cancer centers in the United States. And it would take you every daggone week if you got the sense you needed to go. And, you know, they are just riders to your major medical insurance plan. It's not meant to carry the weight of cancer, but it would sure pay for gas to your appointments or, you know, whatever, you know. But it would fly you every freaking time you needed to go to one of these cancer centers. And when the American Cancer Society and I went toe to toe, they called me up one day. One of my insureds, or one of the people I was an insurance company I was going against on their policy that was limited. They thought, hey, we turn her into the American Cancer Society and they're going to shoot her and ream her out and tell her to shut her mouth. Well, it didn't work out that way. They called me up one day and said, we want you to stop telling people about and at that time there were 26 cancer centers that were recognized by the American Cancer Society as the best cancer centers in the United States. Now, if your friends got a cancer policy or they have a good major medical policy, I would urge you to go and beat a beeline to the American Cancer Center and get their book. It's called Facts and Figures, and look in the very back page. It'll tell you what the American Cancer Society says is the best cancer centers in America. Okay? And now they treated, back then, they had different centers. They had 26. Not all of them dealt with the same types of cancer, because you have 750 different types of cancers, whereby, you know, some might deal with liver cancer, then lung cancer, heart cancer,
blood cancers,
leukemia,
yeah,
you know, the cancers of the blood,
yep,
and different things, you know, different organs. But at that time, there were 26, and they said, we want you to stop telling. I said, hey, hold up. These people are my clients, and I'm going to send them to the best daggone cancer centers there are to give them the best chances and the best quality of treatment that there is, that their policy is going to pay for them to go to. Don't you dare call me up and tell me to zip my lip on your own facts and figures book in the back where you wreck that. And then she goes and says, well, but there's other cancer centers across the United States. I said, you bet there are, because the influx of so many daggone cancer patients, y'all ended up, you know, they branch off and they call it a cancer center, or they call it oncology, and all these other freaking names they want to get on there. But, you know, like the one down in Nashville, it's called the, oh my gosh, I didn't think I'd ever forget the name of that hospital. Oh, well, it might come to me before I finish. But anyway, Vanderbilt, I think it is. Vanderbilt Cancer Center in Nashville, Tennessee. I think I'm right there. I might not be, so don't quote me. But I think it is Vanderbilt. I would bet at least $5. But they, I said, yeah, you got them all branching off, you know, and popping up all these centers everywhere. But madam, they are not the best. I said, well, they are good, you know, and all this. I said, if they were, why don't you recognize them then? Oh, that shut her up real quick.
yeah.
I said, why don't you put your seal of approval on them? Well, she couldn't answer that. So she shut up and hung up, you know. No, I was fighting for my people.
Right.
You know?
Trying to get the best of the best. And yet, even within that, it's a lot of it is Rockefeller based, where they don't even like, I don't know, maybe at the time you did that, they had the more holistic, what do they call it? Dang it.
They don't have any morals. None of them do. They shove these damn needles up in people's arms, giving them radiation, giving them chemotherapy. I mean, chemotherapy is so many daggone biochemicals. It's a wonder anybody, by gosh, survives it.
Right.
It kills everything in your body. Your hair falls out. Your eyebrows fall off. Hey, I went through some chemo. I know what I'm talking about. I lost my eyebrows and my damn hair was falling out because I have rheumatoid arthritis. I had to take shots in my stomach with methotrexate, which is a cancer-treating drug. It's one of the older drugs that they use for it because my RA is one of the worst case scenarios. I mean, it's the worst case. I've got it really extremely bad, according to the rheumatologist, okay? Out of 1,000 patients, I was his worst health-wise patient. But I'm still kicking by the grace of the Father Almighty.
Now, wait.
All right?
Was the methotrexate, was that like part a steroid or?
No, it's a cancer drug.
All right.
It's a cancer treatment drug. And I took Enbrel shots too. I took 2 a week on one in each thigh, Mondays and Thursdays, and then the methotrexate once a week in my stomach. Okay? And I self-injected these. So, and I did it for years. And then I ended up finding out about organic sulfur. And it was by the grace of the Father that I came off of all that crap. They had to stop me off the methotrexate because it was eating my liver up. It gave me fatty liver disease, which can be caused by being an alcoholic, which I am certainly not. I don't drink, I've drank, socially years ago, but I was no alcoholic. And but the
it's killing your liver.
Did that to me.
Yeah.
And on my liver, and it showed on the CT scan or whatever scan equipment they used on me. It showed that my liver had little bitty. It looked like somebody had a teeny tiny spoon and dipped out parts of my liver. Okay. And it ate my liver, but it's probably healed by now because. Anyway, I stopped the shots. They had to have me stop the shots. But I got on to organic sulfur, which you're supposed to derive that from your vegetables that are grown in the commercial industry, which Rockefeller and the Bush family in the 1950s created fertilizer. Fertilizer depletes the soil of the natural organic sulfur that is supposed to be absorbed from the soil into the vegetables that are grown for the commercial industry. And we don't get that. So a few short 20 years later, from the 50s to the 70s, then you come up with all these new diseases, autoimmune disease, ADHD, diabetes, heart disease, I don't know, the list is long. I've got a book on it. So, I talked to the top-notch guy that's mission is to go around the world to discuss organic sulfur. And it has everything that this food, it is a food, it's not a supplement, it's not a vitamin, it's crystals. And, I started taking 2 tablespoons a day in the morning and 2 at night. And right now I can't afford taking 2 in the morning and 2 at night, so I take 2 in the morning and leave it off because it holds it at bay, all right? But I should take 4 a day because of my height, my weight, and all of my medical problems. I should be. But I can't afford to do that because that's $140 a month. All right? It's $35 a bag. And I go through 2 bags a month. So anyhow, and I bumped it up, and I get a pound bag of vitamin C, raw vitamin C powder.
Yes.
Which is a great healer. And so this guy, on the organic sulfur, I can't even remember that guy's name, and I bought his product for years. But he hired a young lady, which I had a confrontation with. She ripped me off and absolutely stole from me. And I got charged double because they was mailing it from Canada. Then they ended up with a supplier in the United States. So I got charged Canada's mail fees plus the United States fees. I thought, oh no, this ain't right here. Give me some flap about it. And I stopped buying from him, and I really like the guy. So I buy from Ralph down in Florida, and he's a great guy. I like him. He's very smart. He's an engineer, and we was talking yesterday, or was that today? It's been a long day, man.
Hey, is DMSO similar to what you're talking about?
Oh no!
All right.
Doesn't even touch this stuff. But anyway, I had always taken my shots Monday and Thursday. All right, and I reached in there on a Thursday in the fridge because these shots had to be in the fridge. And these shots were donated to me from the pharmaceutical company that made them. And they're $5,000 a month, all right, for these shots. And, of course, I couldn't pay it. So, anyway, they were donated by the pharmaceutical company for years. And I went in there to the fridge to get my shot for Thursday, and I thought, oh, my gosh, I didn't take my shot Monday. I forgot my shot Monday. I don't know what happened that Monday, but I absolutely forgot it. Now, I'm here to tell you that I could not miss a shot without reverting in such a bad way with my rheumatoid arthritis, all right? I mean, I would know it before Thursday if I missed Monday, is my point. And I thought, wow. And I'd only been on the organic sulfur for maybe 2 weeks.
Wow.
And I missed that shot. This was intentional. The Father did this with me.
Yeah.
Because at that moment, when I discovered that, I thought, okay. So I went ahead and took Thursday. No, I did not. Let me take that back. I did not take Thursday shot. I thought, well, if I didn't have a reaction, I'm thinking maybe I'm healed. Maybe it burned out. Maybe it stopped, whatever. So I thought, well, let's test this theory that I have as to whether or not it's gone, And that was the moment that I never went back on the Embro shot.
Wow. Yes.
I stopped them. And that's
look,
years ago.
I'm going to say this.
But I cannot, wait a minute, let me say this. I cannot go without the organic sulfur.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But you're talking a natural. I will say 98% of pharmaceutical in a lot of over the counter is also pharma. They're like, I don't know what the word to describe them. They're not only a lot of them toxic, harmful, but unnecessary, but you can find a better natural replacement in nature, whether it be vitamin C, vitamin D, vitamins, minerals, amino acids.
Walmart, get vitamins, man. Get them from a reputable vitamin place.
Food-based.
Liquid, let me answer them. Liquid, you're welcome. And I hope it's useful. Please find slowing down here, girlfriend.
Their friend.
The baking soda deal. And all I remember on that, now I've got it written down somewhere, so if you can't find it, get back to me, and I will try to find it. But I think you have to slowly increase your pH. This I do recall.
Yes.
You have to get it up to a 9, your pH level. And that's that you go to the pharmaceutical company, you get a pH, a diabetic urinalysis testing kit with that. They come with like 100 tests, little strips that you can urinate on, or he can, and check your pH. It has a color chart. Be sure that you get the one that's got the color chart in it, and compare it to the color chart. You want to stay at a pH level of 9 when you finally reach the 9, and you have to stay at 9 for like 45 days, and it will cure. So the guy that had the 4-stage prostate cancer, it healed him.
Yeah, and are you talking?
A tablespoon. Wait a minute. Is it a teaspoon or a tablespoon? Damn it. Hold up. I'm trying to think. I don't recall.
Listen, are you talking about?
I'm thinking it's a tablespoon, but I'm not real sure.
Are you talking about the guy who did the baking soda mixed in maple syrup protocol?
No.
Oh.
Well, yeah. Is he standing by the sink?
Yes. Yeah.
Stirring it up?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably the one.
Now you got to be people got to be careful with that, because you can start to feel pretty sick. There's that's when you start getting up high on your alkalinity. Yeah, you got to watch it. But
hold up. Let me explain this.
Yeah.
You cannot, if you're salt restricted, you cannot do the baking soda deal. If you're restricted by your doctor on salt, then you cannot go the route of the baking soda. But you take either a teaspoon or a tablespoon, you put in a warm cup of water, make sure that it's totally dissolved. You can, or optional, put the the molasses in it. You do not want to use sugar.
Right.
And I would strongly urge him to cut out all sugar out of his life while he's doing this, if he goes the route of doing the baking soda, because cancer will it attracts to the sugar to the cancer, whatever. But you want to cut out all sweets. That includes the vegetable, or rather fruits, and all this stuff that converts to sugar in the body. Okay, so no sugar, period. No form of it. Apples turn to sugar, grapes turn to sugar, oranges turn to sugar. All this stuff turns into sugar. So do without it for those days. And what you do is, whether or not it's a teaspoon or a tablespoon. For some reason, I keep thinking it's a tablespoon, level tablespoon, measuring spoon, not the ones in the kitchen drawer. I'm talking level, regular measuring spoons here at a level, and dump it into a warm 8 ounce, 12 ounce, doesn't matter as long as you get that baking soda in you. But they said, 8 ounces or 10 ounce glass of warm water, and be sure it's totally dissolved. And you drink that. Now, I figured out the times. I still remember that. 6 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and 10. 4 times a day. Okay? You're drinking, you will doing it. Let me see if I got that right. If it's 6 o'clock in the morning, because you don't want to be up, getting up during the night doing this, because you have to keep it at an even where you're sleeping for 8 hours and you don't have the baking soda in you, because then your pH is going to drop down below the 9. You see what I'm saying? So you're going to take it just like you would an antibiotic, whether it's 3 times a day or 4 times a day or something of that nature. So I think it's 3 times a day. You do the 6 a.m., 6 to 7, 7 to 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, then at 12 o'clock in the afternoon, then 12 to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 o'clock in the evening, and then 6 to 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 12 o'clock at night. Okay, so it is 4 times a day. So 6 o'clock in the morning, 12 o'clock in the afternoon, 6 o'clock in the evening, 12 o'clock at night. Then go to bed, set your clock for 6 o'clock the next morning. So that's 6 hours of sleep. So you don't want to be screwing around and relaxing, come the 6 o'clock so that you're not teed up and, it's going to take you 2 hours to lay down and go to sleep. You know what I mean? So you have to get on a regimen because when you start this, the first week.
Oh, I dropped you. Yeah.
All right. So the first week, he's going to take a teaspoon or a tablespoon. I'll have to find that out to verify it. Or find that video that she's talking about, or she can give it to you.
Yeah.
So you take that off 1 cup a day at 6 o'clock in the morning. Then the second week, you take a cup at 6 o'clock and a cup at 12 o'clock for the second week. The third week, you're taking it at 6, 12, and 6. And then the fourth week, you're taking it at 6, 12, 6, and 12, right? 6, 12, 6, 12. So there you go. All right. But check that video. I might be a little screwed up here because I was thinking it was only 3 times a day, where that you don't have to stay up till 12 o'clock midnight. 6, 7, 6, 8. Maybe it's over 8 hours instead of every 6 hours. 8,
Well, point. Yeah,
11,
no, it's
12,
the details.
6, 2, and 10. 6, 2, and 10. Okay. 2 to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's it. That's it. It's 3 times a day. Forgive me. I had to figure this out. It's been a long time since I've done this. So it's 6 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and 10 o'clock at night. And then you don't have to do it again until 6 o'clock the next morning, you see? So you do it for 3 weeks. On the moving up from 1 cup a week, the second week 2 cups a week, third week 3 cups shit. Okay, it's the first week it's a cup a day for 7 days. Second week it's 2 cups per day for 7 days. Third week is 3 cups per day for 7 days. And then when you get there, you should be at the 9 pH level in that third week. That's when you start the urinalysis testing on the urine test from the diabetic kit from the pharmacy. And then the fourth week, you're continuing everything you did on the third week. So it's 3 cups a day for that next week. So that's 4 weeks that you're going to be doing it. And then after that, it should be gone. But you have to, it's critical to be sure that you keep your pH level at a 9.
And that's
Because
where
if
the
it drops
strips.
down to a 6 or a 7, your pH level, you're going to have to start it all over again.
Well, yeah, and this.
You have to keep it at a 9.
And you need the strips. You have to get the strips to be able to,
Yes.
to test your levels. Yeah, yeah.
The test kit that's got also the color chart so that when you do the test or the urinalysis, then you can match it up to the box or the paper or whatever it is. And then, the 4 weeks, or whatever it is there,
Now I'm trying to look up the video.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to forgive me there, Liquid Smooth, because I am tired as I'll get out. I can't really think straight.
No, you got a lot of it. Look, I'm looking for the old video that I saw that had the recipe exactly what you were saying, and so far it's like it's just
I know baking powder does, but I don't know about baking soda. Okay, you'll note on the side panel of the box, one can take another level teaspoon of baking soda without exceeding the daily dose. So I would assume that if the pH level has not reached a 9 at the end of the 3rd week yet, play around with taking 4 cups one day and back to 3 cups, then possibly skip 2 days, and if it stays at a 9, will then stay at 3 cups per day. This supposed cancer cure is all over YouTube. Check it out. Cancer cure with baking soda. I've seen medical doctors and holistic doctors both preach about its effectiveness as well as stage 4 cancer patients who attest to being cancer-free after having done this. Good luck and Father bless you.
Listen,
That's that.
other than the last 2 minutes, it cut out for about 3 minutes before that. So you were given a lot of details. But so, okay, whether or not you can post.
Well, I don't know where it cut out, so I don't know where it picked up.
Well, while you were given details, when you found, for sure about teaspoon, not tablespoon, and then like just in the last minute, it came back on. Right.
I don't know. We'll redo it tomorrow or something.
Well, and how can, okay, but were you able to post the link to the channel chat or no?
No, I don't have the link. I just wrote all this stuff down when that guy was dictating it, and I printed it into an email to myself. No, because he didn't have it written down. I had to write it down, So
yeah, okay. So we will we'll find a way. Liquid Smooth says, I think he's in another. I think he's at the other side of the lake or the pond, as they say. He's like, I need to go to sleep. My kids happen to be awake. So, but yes, we will post info. So some way or another, even if it's general where people can look stuff up, but and the point is, how many weeks you got to stay high alkaline? About 4 weeks, 5 weeks. How many weeks does one have to stay?
45 days.
So that's like, how many weeks is that?
Wait a minute. You got 30 days.
Oh, 6 weeks.
3 weeks.
6 weeks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Liquid Smooth. God bless you. Get some sleep for your children.
Yeah, I'm about to fall asleep.
Drive you nuts. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's only like 5 a.m. We owe so much for our quick chat.
Yeah. I knew that was a lie. I knew we would never get through a quick one.
And you know what?
But anyway, Liquid Smooth, I hope that helps you and your friend.
Yeah. And
I was going to pray with her before she got off, but anyway, I guess she's off. I see where she says LOL. I don't know if she's gone or not. You still there?
I'm not sure.
Well, good, I can say a prayer for him.
That's
Don't
right.
know his name, but Father knows who he is.
Yes.
Let me get a drink of water first. I'm getting parched here.
Yeah.
Okay. Father, you know who Liquid Smooth is, and thank her. We thank her for bringing this to our attention so that we can pray for this individual that needs help. Oh, you're here. Okay, I just opened my eyes and seen that. What's his first name?
I'm not sure. It's he, she. I'm not
sure.
sure.
I'm asking her.
Oh.
You're still live, aren't you?
They said I'm here. They're
aren't
here.
You live?
Yep.
Okay, she says I'm here.
Yep.
I'm waiting for her first name. We need to connect and pray specifically for him. Can we have a first name, please?
I thought it was Liquid.
Him, but it's cool. What?
I
him,
thought it
but
was liquid, I was going to
what?
say. Oh, him.
What's his first name?
It's a him. Liquid. Liquid Smooth.
Yeah, Liquid. What's his name?
I don't
Not
know.
your name.
I don't
His name, but hi, Chris.
know.
Okay. Well, I'm Carol. This is Polly on the other side of the phone.
Yep.
Okay, but what's his name?
Chris.
The one that's got cancer. No, she said my name is Chris. What's the guy that's got cancer's name? First name only.
That may be. I don't know.
No, she wouldn't say my name.
He.
Hello?
Yeah, well, it might, I don't know. Not sure. But Liquid Smooth is a he, Chris.
Doug. Okay, it's Doug. Okay,
Oh.
We're going to be in a prayer of agreement. I don't know how many other people are in here on your chat right now. Let me see. We have 5 people. Hey, that's a lot of prayers that go to the throne of the Father Almighty. Okay, so here we go, folks. Everybody, please bow their head and honor him. Father, Chris, Polly, and myself, and whomever else is on this chat, we come together in the prayer of agreement for the benefit of Doug. You know who he is, where he is, and you know every crook and cranny about him and his problems. But we're calling out this cancer. We bind it, Father. And whatever he is led to do in this advice that, I'm not a doctor, but you are, Father. We come to you being the great physician, that this cancer would abate from his body. And I ask, Father, that you would go through his body from the top of his head to the soles of his feet, that this would push out. This is something you need to tell him, Chris, tell Doug, to envision in his mind every night when he goes to sleep, that he envisions the cancer cells leaving his body from the top of his head all the way down through his feet and out, okay? He needs to envision this, to see it, for it to leave him, all right? And have him anoint himself with extra virgin olive oil and pray and call out to the Father. And I hope he's a believing man. But anyway, Father, you gave us the power in John 14:12 to speak against anything, and we do that right now. We bind this cancer wherever it all is besides is prostrate. We pray for wherever it is, that it is bound and that it avoids his body. For you say we have dominion over everything, Father, and that we can move mountains, and to guard our mouth, because what we say can come to pass. And so we, by belief and our faith in you, and knowing that your word does not return to you void, knowing that what we speak right now is a group of people, your children, by faith, speak against this cancer. We speak blessings upon Doug. We pray that your blessings from heaven, that you would open up the windows of heaven and pour him out blessings that his home cannot contain, as well as Chris and as well as Polly. I ask these things, that the abundance of your storehouse would be bestowed upon them. Anoint Doug from the top of his head to the soles of his feet, and guard him from the east, the west, the north, and the south. We pray for your children, Father, that you would anoint all of them and pour out thy blessings, pour out thy healing, pour out a peace upon everybody, because everybody's so stressed out down here, Father. I mean, you know it, you see it, you hear it. People are praying all over the world for your hand to stretch out to help them. Father, we ask for thy angels to be released, if I can do such a thing, besides my own, but everybody else's legion of angels. We pray for them to encamp around about them, as well as Doug. We pray that they're around him, they're around his home. We ask for the blessings of his home from the top of the rafters to the foundation that it sits on, and where he goes and comes from. We pray for blessings. We pray that if he does have surgery, Father, and we pray for you, the great physician, to go ahead and take care of the matter. And we are joined together with Yeshua right here with us. And we know that so many thousands of prayer are coming to you via the cherubims. And Father, we ask that these things be done for thy name's sake, Yeshua, by using his name, that it would be done. And we pray this through his blood, that he sacrificed for us to have the honor of the use of his blood as believers, to call upon your powers and your son's name for it to be done. And so I ask these things to be done in his name, Yeshua. So shall it be. It is so. Amen.
So shall it be.
Huh?
So shall it be.
Yeah, definitely. It is sealed. So, anyway.
That was beautiful.
Keep in touch here, Liquid Smooth. You know, you have my channel name, I hope. It's Weeping Willow 2 for you. And Weeping Willow 2 is the only one that I'm able to operate right now because of YouTube giving me a strike because of telling the truth. So anyway, they hate me, you know. Anyhow.
That was
I
beautiful.
hope everything go well.
You are, that was beautiful. That was such, like, I love how you express what needs to be said in your heartfelt your prayers, your heartfelt prayers.
Well,
for those who
I just say what I felt led to say, you know, and that was that. But anyway, I'll make sure to add it. Make sure to add what? I lost her. I don't know what she means by that. I'll make sure
your channel. Yes, your channel.
Okay. I
yeah.
gotcha.
Oh,
all right.
That was awesome. Wow. That is awesome. And that covered a lot. That covered Liquid Smooth's friend and so many people that are, you know, this whole world right now is under
and
stress.
I pray, okay, thank you, Liquid. I pray that everybody that hears this broadcast, when you get it uploaded or whatever, you know, that it would reach out to some folks, that Father would bless it, that it would, you know, get out there and get to those that need to hear the message, you know, or messages, however many topics we discussed.
Yeah.
I don't even remember. We touched a lot of stuff.
Yes, we did.
You know?
Yeah, and you know what you said, though, it's so that really this whole world, there's not a person around that is not under high extra stress of what's going on upon this world, because we're in the distress of nations. We're in the distress of this world, and there's
let me add something to that.
Yeah.
Father, we're back again. Hello. There is so much going on down here, and we know that your children will not beg bread. But Father, let us be the light that you raised us to be. Let us stand up against the tyranny and the treason and the the things that the evil one has made a web, and let all those evildoers get caught up in their own web of deceit and lies and tyranny and treason and all the things that your children are not a party to. We just want to live our lives in peace and harmony with nature and with you. And we know that you are our shield and buckler, Father. We pray that you put the angels around about us, and let us be mindful of that, to step off into the spiritual world and not the carnal mind of worrying about the things that we see and the things we hear and the things that we read, but to come to you and to, just step out and away from the things and all the bad news and everything that is troublesome, because the evil one is bombarding us. But those of us, I pray for all the truthers out there, Father. You know who they are and where they are. I pray for their protection. I pray that you will give them guidance. I pray that you will continually give them strength, that their countenance will not fail them, that they will stand up and fight the good fight and reach out as many. It is time, Father. Please, I beseech you, that our messages that we have struggled for many years to wake up the people, Father, lift the veil of forgetfulness, lift the veil of the onion cloud that's over people's eyes. Peel it back, Father. Let them hear our voices. I pray you, let them hear us. He's here right now, okay? Let them hear our voices, and let what we say impregnate in their minds so that they get ready to turn to you for your salvation, Father, for your way, for your protection, for your guidance, for your understanding, for your leading us. You move us out of the dangerous way as you did those of the Bible times. Lead your children, Father. We cry out to you for your guidance, for your protection, for your peace, for your blessings. Everything that the evil one has stolen from us for centuries and centuries and millenniums. Father, let our lights shine. Let the beacons blind the evil one. Let them be bound. We ask that they be bound. And we speak against you, Satan, for you have no powers over us, none whatsoever. We are or rather children of the Father Almighty. We are sealed in the book of the Lamb's book of life. We carry his seal. It is in our foreheads, and nothing that you mimic and do will ever change that for those that are following you. It will not change. Let him turn his wrath against you, for you know, or should know, and we're here to remind you, I certainly am, to remind you that your days are short. You can run to and fro from this side and that side of the earth to see of whom you may devour. But I pray the Father Almighty will wake that individual up, that they will not be sucked into your deceit and your lies and your defamation of the Father Almighty, for you will be cast out into the outer darkness, and you will be further bound, and you will not win the war, because he's already come to hell. He's already claimed the chains and the locks of hell, and you are going to be in it. You are going to be bound. And so I pray Michael still has a chokehold on you right now. Your spirit might roam this world, but you're not loosed yet. Your spirit is, and your minions from hell. And I speak and bind each of those with the blood of Yeshua. Yeshua, Yeshua. Run, you demons, to the corners of hell to get away from his children, for you have no power over us. So, okay, it stopped. So, Father, we
Oh. All right. She was on the phone. The battery just died. she finished that prayer, and that was awesome. Jesus tells us his yoke is easy. Take my yoke. My yoke is easy. That was an awesome prayer. Wow. You know, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Alrighty. I'm going to call it a night into the morning. Take heart. Don't get discouraged from all the things going on upon this world. They're, you know, the globalists, they're doing a definite reset on us. We see, most of us see what is going on, but we don't get discouraged. Just keep your eyes on the Lord. Alrighty. God bless.